All right, today is Tuesday, May 11th, 2021, and this is our City Council work session. I'm calling it to order. Notice to the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Today I'd like to be the one to say the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you'll stand with me, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Councilmember Salas, would you read our mission statement, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to do so. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Fobarm, roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Present.
Councilmember Aslan.
I'm here somewhere.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
All right, Ms. Fobar, do we have anyone for the general public participation?
Mayor, we do not.
All right, brings us to agenda item number 5, which is our review of draft agenda for the May 18th, 2021 City Council meeting. Council, do you have any questions or concerns regarding the draft agenda? Not seeing anything here. So moving right along is to agenda item number 6, which is our proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Month. The success of Flagstaff students not only impacts our community, but is vital to our future workforce and economy. And in these challenging times, we should pause to recognize and appreciate how inspiring teachers can be to encourage a lifelong love of learning and discovery that makes a difference in our children's well-being and long-term success. With the abrupt end of the physical school year in 2020, teachers and staff have done even more to continue education with virtual classrooms and learning at home sessions to ensure that every student has the tools they need to reach their full potential. And millions of educators and staff have risen above and beyond what they were trained to do, and how to do it with virtually no preparation, taken on new roles such as offering these students tech support, window waving, video editing, help in delivering student meals. And the American public has realized the important and essential impact teachers and staff play in the lives of their children and deserve a heartfelt shout out. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Paul J. Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as National Teacher and Staff Appreciation Month, and urge our communities to celebrate and the significant role teachers play in shaping the lives of our students and future of our community and nation. That brings us to agenda item number 7, which is 2021 Wildland Fire Preparedness Briefing. City staff, take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Deasy, Vice Mayor Daggett, and Council. Thank you for having myself and our guest presenters for today's Wildland Fire Preparedness Briefing. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, thank you, Mayor. So before we dive into the presentations, we'll have 3 presenters along with myself. I want to kind of define what we mean when we say wildland fire preparedness. And preparedness is part of a larger ongoing planning cycle. And that by planning cycle, I mean really a calendar year. And so our efforts center around 4 different pieces, efforts or strategies for that cycle. Preparedness being one of those, mitigation, response, and then in some cases, recovery. So preparedness typically occurs between the fall, as our usual wildland fire season is beginning to wind down a little bit, and we've received those levels of precip, which we would call a season-ending event, to bring us into a little bit more of a mitigation or a planning and preparedness phase. Now, preparedness can mean different things for different agencies. For us here at the City of Flagstaff and the Flagstaff Fire Department, it means preparing our personnel to effectively respond to wildland fire and educating our community on what it means to live in an area that experiences wildland fire and those types of impacts. So And then mitigation, as we cover that, it's a constant effort along with planning, and most notably for us, something we recognize is the efforts that City Crew 1 does to consistently hand treat areas with thinning work around the greater Flagstaff region. Another great example today that I'm sure many people are well aware of is the 135-acre prescribed burn that the Coconino National Forest conducted in the Naval Observatory area. And that is again, great example of taking advantage of opportunities and indices, all the different planning effort that goes into putting a burn plan together and executing that burn while they have the weather window to do so. As the city of Flagstaff, as a close partner with the Coconino, we also got an opportunity to be a part of that in an operational role. Our City Crew 1 went out there and helped perform that burn today as well too. So now when we're talking preparedness, what that means is we're getting ready to transition more into response and full suppression strategies. And those are usually dictated by seasonal changes and climate indices. And Tony Merriman from the National Weather Service, he'll get into a little bit of those next as we go through his presentation. But that seasonal trend and those changes, that's kind of what dictates to us how we move through our planning cycle. But an important point to make is for wildland fire management within the city of Flagstaff, that does not change our overall mission of creating a fire adapted and ecologically restored community. It's important for us to recognize that if we fully suppress every fire on a year-round basis, it's hard to balance that with the ecological restoration that we've identified in our goals through things like the community, through the climate adaptation and action plans. So this transition is really a multi-agency effort, which we'll kind of get into a little bit now. All right, can everybody see the partners and presenters?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So first I'll go ahead and introduce who's going to be speaking today. It'll be Tony Merriman with the National Weather Service. He's going to talk about the 2021 fire season outlook in 3 parts. He's going to talk about current drought conditions, the 90-day precipitation outlook, and significant wildland fire potential for the months of May, June, and July. Following him will be me. I'll go over some of the things we do within the city to prepare and plan. And then Jeremy Human with the Coconino National Forest, he's their Deputy Fire Staff Officer. Jeremy will discuss some of the Coconino's planning efforts and has also agreed to give us some added details on recent discussions around fire restrictions. And then finally, Lucas Minton will be our last presenter. He's the Chief of Fire and Aviation for the Grand Canyon National Park. And this is going to be a neat opportunity. We wanted to present Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council with a little bit of background on how interagency communication coordination works at a regional level and how those aviation assets kind of move around. So I'll go ahead and move into the presenters now. And Tony, if you're ready, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, and then we'll get into your seasonal outlook.
All right, thanks, Paul. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Merriman, and I'm with the National Weather Service in Flagstaff. The office is technically in Belmont, but we provide weather forecasts and warnings for all of northern Arizona, Yavapai County, Coconino County, all the way up to the Four Corners. And so I'm just going to kind of go over kind of a big picture view of what we're expecting this fire season and going into a little bit into monsoon season. So first thing I do want to talk about is the current drought conditions across Arizona. Right now, we're anywhere from severe to exceptional drought across the region. And this is pretty close to where we were in 2018, if you recall the Tinder fire. And so the fuels are very dry right now, and our drought conditions are, in the extreme category. So these are antecedent conditions that we have going into our fire season. So Paul, if you can advance to the next slide, please. All right. And so looking at the next 90 days, these are Climate Prediction Center outlooks. So when we talk about climate prediction, we're talking about a 3-month average. So the 90-day May, June, and July outlook just for the next 3 months. The way to read the precipitation outlook on the left side, EC stands for equal chances. Basically, we're in the climatologically driest part of the year. for the Flagstaff area. And so the month of May, June, and July, there's no strong signal showing it's going to be either drier than normal or wetter than normal or near average. So right now we're looking at equal chances for average precipitation, which is still the driest part of the year. So no strong signal either way of above or below average precipitation. Looking at the map on the right side, that's our temperature outlook. We have very good indication for warmer than average temperatures for the next 3 months. And so especially in the Four Corners region. So what we're looking at for the next 3 months essentially is warmer than average temperatures and equal chances of above, near, or below average precipitation, which it's still dry. May and June is always the driest months. And so if you can go to the next slide, please, Paul. All right. The next 90 days, the monsoon season outlook, so that's July, August, September, the Climate Prediction Center is indicating odds tilted in favor of a wetter than average monsoon season. Again, that's odds tilted in favor of a wetter than average monsoon season. That's what it looks like for July, August, September. And that's the 3-month average for that time period. If you look at the map on the right side, we're looking at odds tilted in favor of above average temperature, so warmer than average. So hopefully this forecast comes to fruition. But again, the big threat that comes with that, if we do in fact see above average precipitation, is post-fire flooding. And so that could be another hazard to watch out for this upcoming monsoon season. But hopefully we do get the much needed moisture to kind of tamp down our drought conditions and drought impacts. And hopefully we do get a pretty good monsoon season and a pretty quiet, hopefully a quiet fire season. So if you can go to the next slide, please, Paul. And so putting all of those parameters together, so we're looking at fuels, we're looking at precipitation, and we're looking at temperatures. We work with the Southwest Fire Center, the SWIC, for the wildland fire potential outlook. And so the significant wildland fire potential outlook for May is above normal for all of Arizona. Recall, May is one of the driest months of the year. So this is more of a risk assessment. So all of Arizona, all of New Mexico, and parts of Texas are all in above normal significant wildland fire potential for the month of May. And next slide, Paul. Going into June, it's pretty much the same thing. June is the driest month of the year for Arizona. Whoops, we're going backwards. All right, there you go, thank you. So again, kind of going from May into June, we're still looking at above normal significant wildland fire potential for the entire southwestern United States, given the current drought conditions and the expected lack of precipitation being the driest part of the year and warmer than average temperatures. So if you can click one more forward for me, Paul, next slide. With the Climate Prediction Center, with indicating hopefully a wetter than average monsoon season, we're looking at near normal July significant wildland fire potential. So again, once we get through May and June, hopefully we do get our monsoonal flow pattern set up like the Climate Prediction Center is showing, and we can tamp down a lot of the wildfire risk beginning in July, going into August. Next slide, please, Paul. All right, and that's all I have regarding the weather outlook. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council?
Hey, Tony, thank you so much for that presentation. And we'll come back at the end too and open it up for questions once all three of the presenters wrap up. So I'll go ahead and take it from here and kind of get into that a little bit. So what does that mean for us? So when Tony's talking about those weather outlooks and those different predictive services that he's referencing, so now we're beginning to come into our planning, right? And that's that year-round part of our cycle. And what does that mean for response and recovery? So wanted to put this slide up today. It's a kind of a comparison and meant to be an overlap of two different maps. The one on the left being the camping and campfire restrictions map, and then the one on the right being the Greater Flagstaff treated areas. And this is provided by Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnerships. And you'll notice that the encompassed area for the campfire restrictions and then those areas treated by GFFP, all those collaborative partners, City Crew 1, the Forest Service, DFFM, it's given us a nice buffer kind of around town, right? And that's what we're looking for as we come into this fire season. Now that for us, what that means is that we are by no means outside of any sort of a risk factor, but we've made a great initial investment. So for us, what has that initial investment turned into? Well, over the last 25 years, as kind of evidenced by this scatter plot graph, we've seen a steady decrease in wildland fire responses by the Flagstaff Fire Department. What I mean by the Flagstaff Fire Department is that is our operational personnel. So those are the people at the 6 fire stations responding to those wildland fire events. Now, the outlying data, which I'll hover the cursor over, that's year 1995, right around the time that the wildland fire program began. And then you see that steady decrease to 2020, we had right around 60 fires. Now, there's a great example, too, of a multi-agency response that we had. It was called the Bravo Fire off of Snowball Road and Highway 180. And it was a multi-agency response between ourselves, the Flagstaff Fire Department, the Coconino National Forest Fire Program, and the Summit Fire District. It was in an area at the base of the peaks that, if it had not been treated previously, would have had the potential to have gone into a continuous fuel model and burned past any holding features that were in place. It was on a red flag day with sustained winds over 40 miles an hour. Some quick decisions made by the initial attack incident commander from the Coconino National Forest and all those responding agencies kept that fire at about 5 or 6 acres. And it was set up in an area that was a lot like where the Schultz fire began. So that's what that investment is getting us. And that's what these collaborations and efforts are resulting in. So it's really important that we kind of continue that as we move forward. So preparedness staffing for us, what does that mean? Well, when we, again, within the city, we rely on our operational personnel for preparedness staffing. And we look at 3 different indicators. We look at red flag warnings, which I mentioned in the previous slide. And those are sustained winds, usually anytime over 25 miles an hour. And then we match that up with other indices, some of the stuff that Tony talked about previously. So dry bulb temperatures, relative humidity, just how low is the moisture in the air. We match that up with available resources in the region. Jeremy Human and Lucas Minton will get into that a little bit more. But through those constant conversations and communications along jurisdictional lines, we're able to have kind of daily calls and really informal conversations about who has what available as far as resources goes. And then fire activity in the region. And what we call this a lot of times is preparedness level. So we'll go anywhere from preparedness level 1, which means that all the indices are pointing at little to no potential for large wildland fire growth, all the way up to preparedness level 5. And anytime we're preparedness level 5, indices are stressed on multiple different levels, up to and including available resources. So we at the City of Flagstaff Fire Department, when that happens, we have the ability to staff severity units, 1 to 3 extra wildland fire units. As you can see, that lower left picture, that's one of our, what we would call a type 3 engine. And then we staff that with personnel that meets national standards for qualification systems to be able to fill in those roles. So our response plan, it's year round, and our planning efforts also come into this. Most recently, the picture on this slide is of the Wildland Fire Preparedness Day. And we went out to a few different public spots throughout town and interacted with the community and explained just what it is that we do. And we really want to make it a part of that plan to encourage the public to work to prepare their own property to what we call Firewise, to remove the dead needles, the pine needles, the leaf litter, those types of things, give that 3 to 5 foot buffer and create more zones around the home. We do annual wildland fire refresher training with all of our personnel in the fire department. And then we have anywhere from 30 to 40 personnel that have specialized higher level of training, up to and including being rostered on national incident management teams. and then mutual aid agreements across all different jurisdictional boundaries. So we're helping each other constantly and consistently. If there's a fire on the Coconino, the Flagstaff Fire Department will help and respond, and vice versa. They come into city limits all the time to help us, and all of our different partners have agreed to do that through different arrangements. So community outreach is something that I really want to make sure we touch on. And then the City of Flagstaff's own Firewise coordinator, Geraldine Byrne, is pictured in this photo. And I think it's important to go back to that buffer that's been created, back to that slide of those maps, and understand that though we've treated well and we've created a buffer around the city, we are still vulnerable in different areas and neighborhoods. And so it's really important that we continue to reach out and educate and inform the public on what exactly it means to maintain the home ignition zone, the defensible space buffers around private property, clearing the debris array, and being prepared for the possibility of an ignition source in an area that is not treated. And in neighborhoods, many times that treatment is going to rely on the private homeowners. So it's important for us to continue to do our community outreach. We are working with Discover Flagstaff, developing a plan to deliver messaging through different strategic phases of our planning cycle. We're working with sustainability. Recently, have procured 86 HEPA, high efficiency particulate air filters, and applications are currently open for those through May 21st. Those are meant for vulnerable communities that may be impacted by smoke if we were to have a large wildland fire event. And then always working with the NGOs as well. You know, as part of my duties as the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Council PFAC chair, we work with APS a lot, and they do a great job of practicing defensible space around distribution and transmission lines, as well as conducting consistent inspections in those areas. Their customer outreach as part of their planning and preparation in the event of a power outage is huge too. They reach out to those folks that are in areas that could or have a higher likelihood of being impacted by a large wildland fire. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and transition now to Jeremy Heumann, Deputy Fire Staff for the Coconino National Forest. And Jeremy, if you want to jump on and introduce yourself, and we'll go through your presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thanks for the time this afternoon. Next. So yeah, we'll just start with, like Paul mentioned, the preparedness of the Coconino National Forest. So again, this year we have 12 fire engines fully staffed, 3 fire dozers, the 3 national interagency hotshot crews are staffed and available at this time. All of them currently are assigned to other incidents within the Southwest, but same resources as you have seen in the past, and available for local response. So additionally, we have prevention personnel that focus on education and the prevention messages that we have out there. Mentioned the dozers, and then a couple of water tenders. So as well as our 2 fuels crews, one here in Flagstaff and one down in Blue Ridge on the Mogollon Rim Ranger District. So with that, I'll talk about natural ignitions and just the opportunities to utilize. So our chief's letter of intent is out to the fire community for our agency. And we'll talk about appropriate response here in a few slides. But, you know, last year with the pandemic and the onset of COVID, we had a very strict kind of full suppression, minimize the size of all incidents, try to keep them as small as possible, things like that, just for the simple fact that with the respiratory disease and the many of the unknowns that we all faced last year, and not only our community, but around the world, we didn't want to add complications to either our responders and or the communities that may be affected by the wildfire. So with that, you've noticed over the last 5-6 weeks, prescribed fires ramped up. Spring windows are tricky. We have, just because of the winds typically, but we've been able to successfully treat around 4,000 acres at this point, just in the last few weeks. And so it's a really good stride for both the community and our forest and our ecosystem here. Next. So yeah, talked about, kind of what's changed in the appropriate fire management response. So similar to what you've seen in the past, no big differences. 2020 was obviously an odd year with the way we responded. But we're going to fall back, like I mentioned, with the chief's letter and right place, right time, right decision, if that makes sense. So we're going to focus on that. Obviously, high WUI areas, the intent will be to keep things as small as possible. Aggressive initial attack response. But we're going to look for opportunities to meet both suppression and resource objectives in areas that make sense. Already talked about restarting our prescribed fire program. As far as the spring goes, talk about fire restrictions here in a minute, but for the most part, we're winding down our spring window. It's just getting to the point ecologically where it doesn't make sense to keep burning, but we'll continue to look for those opportunities going forward to implement prescribed fire and really see some ecological benefits. As far as vaccinations go for the Coconino National Forest first responders, as well as all our collaborating agencies, but our first responders have been offered and either accepted or declined the vaccination at this point. And then really what we're leading to with best management practices and lessons learned from COVID. So the national response that Paul was talking about as far as incident management teams, we learned how to do business a little different last year as far as trying to spread crews out. So depending on where it's at, you may or may not see a large fire camp like you have in the past. We've really tried to tag in and utilize, where safe to do so, the local economies to support and care for our first responders and those responding to wildfires. Next. So just quickly here, kind of such a large area to cover with such a small map, but again, the Coconino National Forest, our target hasn't changed for prescribed fire. We have a 38,000 acre target. It's the second largest in the region, which would be, Arizona, New Mexico, and West Texas. We continue to work towards that. Obviously, not implementing prescribed fire last fall. That's a huge part of our window typically, but with the drier conditions and the status of the pandemic ongoing, we chose not to implement prescribed fire. So next. And then just real quickly, just wanted to highlight all the different agencies, the collaboration that Paul's been talking about. We work with, we're a member of PFAC, and so, of course, all the city departments, the fire districts, the National Park Service, BIA. We provide a lot of services out of the dispatch center here in Flagstaff, as well as coordinating very closely with Flagstaff Alarm to not only coordinate response, but resources and what's available for the day, and sharing as needed to make sure we can all respond appropriately on any given day to any type of incident. That'll be my last slide, but just real quickly would mention that, stage 1 fire restrictions will go into effect for the Coconino as well as 4 other national forests in Arizona. The Apache Sitgraves went in last Friday to stage 1, and simply stated, stage 1 is we don't allow campfires at that point outside of developed campgrounds or areas that have been exempted. It also puts restrictions on smoking. Some of our partners to the south, the Tano and the Prescott National Forest, also restrict target shooting just because of the high fire occurrence related to target shooting and their, different fuel type down there. So stage 1 restrictions beginning Friday. We're already preparing for and getting our decision support together for stage 2, which would be, completely shut down all campfires on national forest lands. We continue. We started, early April, probably the earliest we've started in certainly recent years with the Northern Arizona restrictions call. Includes all the collaborating agencies, including Flag PD, Flag Fire, all the fire districts, all the PFAC members for that matter, the Grand Canyon National Park, the Kaibab National Forest, and many also DFFM. We're all on those calls on Monday together talking about what we're getting for wildland fire response, what we're seeing for resistance to control. The weather is updated at that point. And then we look at the forecast and make a unified decision so that we can present a unified message to the public and really not make them figure out where invisible lines are on the ground or where they can have a campfire and where they can't. So would suspect that we will see stage 2 restrictions sometime before the monsoons and possibly some area closures. And with that, end of report, Paul. Thanks for everybody's time.
Great, Jeremy. Thank you so much for being a part of this today. And just to piggyback one last thing on what Jeremy's talking about with that restrictions phone call, that occurs every Monday at 1 o'clock. We are, like he said, we're all a part of that. And again, looking at what Tony's talking about in his slides and the potential linear progression and going into further restrictions, we realize that's a critical piece of business for the city, and we will begin to communicate that out of wildland fire management as we move through those processes. So, Jeremy, thank you again. Next up, let me introduce everybody, to Lucas Minton, the Chief Fire and Aviation Officer for the Grand Canyon National Park. Luke also chairs the Northern Arizona Fire Board, which mentioned a little bit previously earlier, but that is another coordination effort that occurs a little bit more at a regional level. And I'll let him get into kind of how he and that board communicate with an organization that we call the Southwest Coordinating Group to kind of move and pre-position resources throughout the region. So Lucas, if you're ready, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, Paul. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Paul introduced me there, appreciate it. One of the other things is I cover all of Northern Arizona for the National Park Service, so that includes the Flagstaff monuments, Walnut, Sunset, Wapaki, and the Verde Valley monuments, Tuzigoot, Montezuma Well, Montezuma Castle, so the Park Service land up in this part of Arizona. So talking a little bit about the Northern Arizona zone and the fire board. So that's a group of all the fire heads for all the different agencies to include local government and Coconino County. And essentially, our goal is to collaborate and cooperate with one another because, as we all know, fire can cross over boundaries. So it's real important that we kind of maximize our resources and efforts, when suppressing fire. So a lot of collaboration goes into that operation to do what we're talking about today, which is the preseason planning, preparedness, things like that, so that when we get the incidents, we all kind of know how we can support and help each other. So next I'll talk a little bit about the aviation program. Next slide, please. All right, so for what we have up here in the Grand Canyon, as far as our aviation program goes, we have 2 Type 3 helicopters and a fixed wing program. Our helicopters are short haul qualified helicopters. So our primary missions include, fire response, fire suppression, search and rescue. We do a lot of utility missions in the park, namely inter-canyon support type missions. As everybody knows, there's a lot of remote locations within the park. So this is a tool that we use quite often to help support overall park operations and missions. And a lot of people ask me, what's the visitation like up in the Grand Canyon right now? And of course, we are seeing an uptick in visitation right now. So that kind of increases, a lot of the work that we're doing. Our fixed wing program has a variety of missions too. During the fire season, it performs a lot of aerial patrols, and it can perform as an air attack supervisor platform, which is essentially a resource that circles over the fire and kind of directs and guides aircraft, coordinates airspace, and supports essentially from the air there. Next slide, please. So as far as aviation resources go, and essentially how it works with the pre-positioning of aircraft during the fire season, a little bit about the hierarchy in our dispatch system. Locally, for example, in Flagstaff, that is what we refer to as a Tier 3 dispatch center. And then when we go to the Tier 2 systems, which is the Southwest Coordination Center located in Albuquerque, it's like the next step up. And they do a lot of the coordination and pre-positioning of aircraft. So when units enter into the higher preparedness levels and fire planning levels, there's a lot of coordination and communication going on between the different agency fire management officers, and the decisions are being made to essentially pre-position and move aircraft around where, essentially where the highest probability of starts or where the greatest need is. So more often than not, you'll as we enter into those, drier, hotter conditions, we'll start to move those aircraft in. A lot of times when, for example, we have incidents going on to the south of us right now, those aircraft will get pulled down there and be utilized on those incidents. And then nationally, they'll coordinate to our national level coordination center in Boise, Idaho, and they'll try to bring aircraft in from other parts of the country, that aren't in those higher fire levels, so that we can have essentially a surplus or an influx of additional support, primarily for that initial attack, those initial attack incidents, because the goal is usually to keep those incidents small and to respond to them as quick as possible. So some of the the facilities we have locally here, to include the Pullman Airport there in Flagstaff and Sedona, are often airports that are used to pre-position both fixed wing aircraft, such as the air tanker in the photo here, or rotor wing aircraft, primarily down at Sedona, but in Flagstaff if needs be. Those aircraft can also be they can be positioned in various different locations outside of airports, such as heli bases and heli spots, just to have a more tactical location in the event of, they need to respond to, quicker and faster areas within the local area. So next slide, please. All right, so a little bit more about the the airport and the type of aircraft that we sometimes bring in. You can see the fixed wing aircraft there, and they serve a variety of different critical mission needs. Some of them have infrared technology that allow us to map fires, give incident commanders some really good intelligence on what those fires are doing, where they're at, and essentially how to develop, the best type of strategies and tactics to suppress them. I talked about rotor wing aircraft, the helicopter fleets. There's a variety of different types of aircraft that we use, ranging from Type 1, meaning the largest, to Type 3, which are the smaller versions that can do things such as, water delivery to the fire and aerial reconnaissance. We also sometimes use aerial ignition machines to create backfires and stuff like that to help with the suppression of the fires. So we get a variety of different missions out of those aircraft, and they're a pretty valuable component that we use in both initial attack and managing that kind of the larger campaign fires that sometimes the incident management teams have to manage. Next slide, please.
So Lucas, if you don't have anything else, we can begin to wrap it up. But really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's all I had. Paul. Thanks.
Okay, great, Lucas. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks for giving us that overview of aviation. And just one last quick thing before we go to questions. Of course, I remembered this as Lucas was given his presentation, but I spoke to Sergeant Hill at the Flagstaff Police Department this morning. Their Woods Watch flyovers have started. Though the first one occurred last week, showed little to no abandoned camps or campfires of concern, and they're planning to fly another one next week. So he and I will stay in consistent communication as well, moving into the fire season. With that, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, really want to thank you for the time today and open up the floor for questions for myself or the other three presenters.
Thank you, Paul. Very informative, and I really appreciate everyone's work and presentation on this. We do have one public commentator that I would like to call in here, and then, Council, if you have any comments or questions, you can throw the C's and Q's in there. So, Ms. Fobar, if you'd like to line that up, or Ms. Salzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Janet Dean on the line. Janet, you can go ahead and give your comments now.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Janet Dean, Public Affairs Manager for APS's Northeast Division. I wanted to take a moment of your time today following this very informative wildfire preparedness presentation to make you aware of APS's work related to wildfire safety and fire mitigation. I really appreciate Paul highlighting our work in his comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to elaborate on that just a bit. Let me start by saying how much we appreciate the work of everyone involved in protecting our community from the threat of wildfire, and how important it is to all of us at APS that we play a role in those efforts. With what's happened in recent years in California, we know that there's great interest in what utilities are doing. Safety and reliability are top priorities for us, and we work year-round to minimize the risk of wildfires and reinforce messaging to our customers and communities on the importance of being fire-wise. So some of that messaging that was talked about in the presentation. To that end, APS has implemented a comprehensive fire mitigation plan, one that we believe is one of the most robust in the utility industry. And we have a fire mitigation and forestry team that works very closely with local, state, and Forest Service fire authorities. Some of the key things we'd like you to know about our year-long efforts are, first, we have an integrated vegetation management program that includes annual inspections of our transmission and distribution lines to ensure proper vegetation clearances around our equipment. Second, we have a defensible space around poles program, which Paul mentioned, through which we proactively clear vegetation within 10 feet around all of our poles that have equipment on them, so that we have defensible space that protects both our equipment and prevents wildfire ignitions. And third, we conduct annual line inspections and safety patrols of approximately 4,500 miles of overhead lines around the state, so that we can identify all corrective work and complete that maintenance in advance of elevated fire conditions each year. Finally, I'd like to make sure you know that we, again, this year will continue our protocol that we enact for outages that occur during elevated fire conditions. These protocols call for us to physically patrol lines before re-energizing them after an outage. We know this could prolong outages, but we take this step to prioritize the safety of our customers and our communities. Any disruption of power is a major inconvenience. We know that. So proactively, we have sent either a postcard or an email to more than 2,000 customers in areas of high fire risk, and those communications went out over the last couple of weeks. Our message included safety and fire-wise tips, as well as notification that in some instances, our customers could experience longer than normal outages. I want to make you aware of that, because if you do hear that, an APS customer experienced a prolonged outage this summer, you know why that might be. I'll be sending you an email with a document that provides all this information and more about what we do related to wildfire mitigation.
Janet.
And please don't hesitate if you have any questions.
Janet.
Thank you.
Yes, your time ran up, but I look forward to that email, and I appreciate all the information on APS's work to be helping to protect our communities. Vice Mayor, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, all of you, for that excellent presentation. And I don't know who my question should go to. I'm wondering if you could elaborate about public outreach as it comes to, as it relates to campfires. I'm wondering if there's any education in local schools about campfires and how to properly put them out, as well as what goes out to just the general public, tourists visiting Flagstaff, as well as current residents.
So Vice Mayor Daggett, I'll go ahead and jump in first, and I don't want to speak to the other two partners that are on with us as well today, but myself and Neil Chapman, our Forest Health Supervisor, as well as Geraldine Byrne, the Firewise Coordinator, we had a great discussion today with those folks in Discover Flagstaff, and the last piece of that was about this topic. And so that's something that we're going to begin to tackle moving forward. There are certainly, videos, tutorials, things like that out there that people can access. But as far as coming from the city, we're not aware of anything that we've put together and sent out to the public. So our plan is to build some sort of a short tutorial, likely a video that we can then share through social media and all those different other outlets. So that's what we're working on currently.
Thank you.
Your city attorney has a comment. City attorney?
Yes, Mayor. I just wondered if you could verbalize the point that was made in the chat. It was a little bit of a follow to the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to have Mr. Human, do you want to speak to that, what you placed in the chat box about the severity funding?
Sure. One thing I failed to mention was, you know, the Coconino, as well as a lot of our partners, have applied for and we've been approved for severity funding. So we get that 4 weeks at a time. And what we utilize that for is to bring in additional resources, not only suppression resources, but some of those education resources that the Vice Mayor was talking about, and really try to increase our patrols and or fire suppression response capabilities. So, yep, just threw something in the chat. We've been approved for that. We'll utilize it initially just to extend local resources, and then ahead of high-risk events, we'll bring in additional resources, you know, engines and crews, things like that.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for the added info. Ms. Hanson, would you like to comment on the outreach efforts regarding being Fireways?
Definitely. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hanson, Economic Vitality Director. We did have a terrific meeting with Paul and a lot of other wildfire staff people today about how we'd like to get together quarterly to discuss how we can talk about this ongoing, since Paul did share that there's different seasons to fire. And for you to know how we market to our visitors, we definitely market to our visitors. And the Sunday, the 23rd, we will have a 4-page insert into the Arizona Republic. It's our largest target audience with over 360,000 subscribers, where we not only share how we want them to play and stay responsibly in Flagstaff, but we also have an entire back page dedicated to fire safety, which I will tell you, we have extensive help from our fire department and our wildfire crew on getting that messaging correct. And then also we will be having what we call a sticky note that will be placed on the top of that newspaper that asks people to be, please be fire aware, and we give them some instructions on how to do so. And that is in collaboration with the Arizona Office of Tourism, who are helping to co-opt that with us to continue to ask people to be fire aware, and the messages that we're counting on them to do so. And then we also have a fun little sticker that we are doing with sustainability. Thank you, Nicole, where we are using Albert the squirrel, who's in his fire outfit. And we're actually going to be giving those out for free and encouraging people to come into the visitor center to get their visitor guide as well as their free sticker, so that our staff can continue to educate them appropriately on fire safety. And we get all of this information from our fire crew, our wildland team. They're definitely who we take our cues from, and we continue to message that. We're also going to take this a step further and start putting some of these messages into the paper locally, not just for our visitors, but for our locals in general. So we definitely have a lot in the works, and we will continue to be working with Paul and his team to help that messaging for ongoing. And we, again, like Paul had stated, we also decided that maybe there's some fun videos that we can put together to make fire safety more interesting to pay attention to, and something that everyone wants to do. So we definitely have a team effort going here, and we're happy to continue to take any ideas that we're given and to put them into work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson, and all the work you're doing. I'm not seeing any further comments or questions from council in the chat box. So thank you again to our fire team, and Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you all so much for the presentation. I just wanted to express gratitude for your efforts and keeping our community safe, and also express support for the video efforts. I love it, as you can imagine. I'm very grateful for that, and I think that'll go a long way. So appreciate the updates and all of your work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Well, with that, we are down to agenda item number 8, which is our forest biomass definitions, amounts, markets, and emerging utilization efforts. City staff, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Neil Chapman here, Forest Health Supervisor with the Wildfire Management Program. Let me share my screen quickly here, please. Okay, everybody, can you see that? Thumbs up, great. Okay, so today we're going to talk about biomass. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity for this discussion. It's been coming up quite a bit, and I hope this is informative. Just a quick reminder, our wildland fire management mission is to protect Flagstaff and its priority watersheds from the effects of catastrophic wildfire. And biomass removal is a big component of that effort. So when we say biomass, today we're going to talk about what is it, how much is out there, what are the current markets, why does it matter? We're going to talk about an emerging waste consumption technology opportunity that is in development. And then we're going to bring in some community partners, Eric Nielsen with Northern Arizona University and Robert Vane with the Flagstaff Water Group, to talk about some other community efforts as well. So here's some really important photos for us to take a minute to understand how we got to where we are. Our ponderosa pine and mixed conifer forests of northern Arizona have evolved with natural wildfire ignitions and cultural burning for over 10,000 years. Starting around 1880, the process of fire was how I like to say turned off by suppressing natural ignitions and eliminating the practice of cultural burning. About 100 years of fire suppression altered the structure and pattern so much that the forest is now at risk of catastrophic fire. This change took less than 1% of the forest's lifetime. That should help you understand just how essential the process of good fire is for northern Arizona's forests. So we've got 100 years of Fern Mountain on the left side there, which is up around Hart Prairie, and then about 100 years apart with Walker Lake on the right there, which is near the Arizona Trail and Forest Road 418. North of the peaks as well. All right, so biomass, what is it? Well, it depends. There's a lot of different ways we use that term, but in general, we think of biomass as being the non-merchantable products that are removed during thinning operations. Sometimes we call this slash. This can be harvested treetops, branches, any tree length or any size tree stem that is under 8 feet long. In general, you can think of biomass as really anything that you cannot make into a 2x4x8 board in a sawmill. There's other non-sawlog products that are referred to as pulpwood, chips, hog fuel, and sawmill residuals. Pulpwood is a Forest Service term that goes back to when we had a pulp industry where they would take smaller material. That is a green tree stem that is on average 5 to 9 inches in diameter. This must be removed from the forest when we're harvesting. It's not really considered biomass, but it's not really it's something that I would consider as really non-merchantable to some degree. So it's kind of this in-between product. Whole tree chips, that's an operation when an entire tree goes through a chipper or a grinder. And then that gets split into what we call clean chips, where the bark and needles is removed to some degree, and dirty chips, it's where you just put the whole tree, needles, and everything right through the grinder. Hog fuel is kind of a term where that's basically everything is just put into some sort of either pile or grinder or mix of some sort. And then the sawmill residuals, we can see wood chips, slabs, bark, sawdust, anything that's really just created through the milling process. So biomass, really, when we use that term, it could be any one of these things. And then how much is out there? Well, there's a lot of it. FORFRI, the Forest Restoration Initiative, has a goal of thinning about 50,000 acres per year. That would still take us 20 years to do over 1 million acres. So that is a very stretch goal for us, but at the same time, that's where we need to be making some changes across the landscape that match the scale of our problems. And so at 50,000 acres a year of thinning, we're looking at about 2 million green tons per year of biomass. That is about identical to the amount of saw logs. So we have almost just as much biomass, tons of biomass, that we need to manage as we do the saw logs, which would be that 9-inch plus material. Some of the other statistics, we see about 250,000 green tons of pulpwood. We see about 450,000 green tons of whole tree chips, 900,000 green tons of hog fuel. If we remove 100%, 700,000 green tons. If we remove 80% of it, sawmill residuals, this is another big number, because even if we just remove the biomass out of the woods, we still have an estimated 615,000 green tons of sawmill residuals per year if we're scaled up to thinning 50,000 acres per year. So really, the finding these economic solutions for this biomass is really important. So slash piles. I like to think of slash piles as they tell the true story of the operations at that site and what the markets are at the time. You can tell by the size of the slash piles how much they were harvesting. You can tell what's in the piles, tells you what they were harvesting. You can see what sort of markets are out there by what is not in the piles at times, or what is in the piles. This pile right here is an example of slash and pulpwood mixed into one pile. So when they were sorting at the landing, they have the machine in the background there that's creating a pile of logs that are going into the saw log deck, and then the pulp and the treetops and the branches and the needles, all that stuff ends up in this pile. And so this was likely to go through a grinder and removed to some sort of chip market. And so the pulp was put into the chip market, and it wasn't separated to be hauled out separately. These piles, looking at something that you can see has much less large material in it, fewer heavy fuels. This is mostly just needles and branches. These smaller piles have no pulpwood, tree tops, or stems. These are likely coming from an operation that has access to a clean wood chip market. Clean chip markets allow the loggers to remove the entire tree stem. So much less material is left at the landings. So even just getting some markets increasing, so we have the entire tree going into a removal process. So the saw logs end up on a log truck, and then we have the clean chips going into a chip van, is kind of what it's called when you see a log truck trailer that's full of wood chips. And so we have much smaller piles out in the woods that don't have those heavy fuels. So these are much easier to burn on site. They burn quicker. They cause less concern for smoke. And again, it's a sign that we have some level of increasing market for the material because we have left less in the piles. And these piles are out by Chimney Springs. And this is a good example of where some things didn't really come together in the right way. The operator had hoped to be able to remove these through a chipping operation, but then they ran into some road access issues. And so the chip vans, which is a tractor and a large trailer that the chips go into, require much larger roads than a normal log truck. They're not as heavy duty. They have larger turning radiuses, and they're just not nearly as rugged. And so after they set up this job site, they just were not able to get the chip vans down to this road down to this location in a safe way. So it wasn't ideal, but it's what's out there, and they'd hoped to be able to remove this material, and just the stars did not align as we had hoped. So our current biomass markets, they're fairly limited, but they do exist. And so we've got Novo Biopower is the big player. They're over in Snowflake. They create electricity. About 27 megawatt hours of electricity per year is enough for about 20,000 homes. They can take all forms of biomass. So whether it's whole trees that go through a grinder or those slash piles, and they can manage about 14,000 acres per year of biomass through their facility. And they're really an important player in this. They're over there on the east side helping do the work on the Apache sick reefs. Most of that area that they cover is on the east side. Forest Energy in Show Low is our pellet manufacturer. They also make animal bedding. They take logs and clean chips. They do not take the tree branches and needles that reduces the quality of the pellet. They can cover about 2,000 to 4,000 acres a year of restoration byproducts. Grow Well in Phoenix and Scott's Miracle Grow down in Maricopa are some smaller players in this, but they're really important because they can cover some of the areas from the west side as the trucks can go down to Phoenix and get to them. And then the Cinder Lake landfill isn't often thought of as a market. It's certainly not paying people to take material, but sometimes operations just need a place to get rid of material. Some of the thinning from the Bill Williams Mountain project that the county and the National Forest Foundation and the Kaibab National Forest are working on, some of their slash has ended up at the Cinder Lake landfill. And they use 100% of the material they receive for soil amendments. It's very poor soils out there. And so getting the green waste is very important for their operations. But additional markets are clearly needed. The markets above are about 25% of what we need to get up to scale. And for most of these markets up here, some kind of subsidies are required to get material to these locations from the Flagstaff area. So we are working with quite a few folks these days. The sustainability team has submitted some grant applications to receive technical support for exploring biochar partnerships. There's a local group working on a proposal for a forest restoration byproducts recycling facility near the city's Wildcat Hill plant. Arizona Log and Timber Works in Eager recently received a $480,000 USDA Community Wood Energy and Wood Innovation Grant to upgrade their facility to include a biochar plant and a firewood kiln so they can dry firewood. But this is just scratching the surface of the markets we need. We need to find opportunities for moving this material just as much as we do the saw logs. So why does this biomass bottleneck, as some people call it, why does this matter? Well, the forest biomass is going to burn one way or another. We see it burning in wildfires, we see it burning in slash piles, or a lot of this, we can utilize it in some sort of market scenario. The utilization models mitigate overall emissions and create socially beneficial products. There's a lot of opposition to some biomass to electricity due to carbon emission concerns, but in the short term, that's kind of not really looking at the big picture to some degree. Short-term thinking is partly to blame for our current forest condition and changing climate. All of the long-term forest restoration strategies will stabilize and enhance carbon storage. So removing this stuff and getting it out of the woods and figuring out something we can do with it other than burning it in a slash pile is in our interest as far as climate stability. Air emissions from utilization facilities are closely regulated and can be well controlled. For example, Novo Power in Snowflake uses state-of-the-art emission controls for particulate matter and has robust requirements for emissions monitoring. The smoke particulates, VOCs, are almost entirely decreased, or certainly decreased with a bioenergy facility compared to the present practice of low temperature uncontrolled slash pile burning or mega emission events from an uncontrolled wildfire. So really it's not ideal that we have to pull this stuff out of the woods using equipment that emit lots of carbon. It's not ideal that we have to push them through facilities that emit carbon. But getting these things into these facilities really is the best return on investment that we have. Number two, finding an economic solution for every part of the ponderosa pine tree is vital to the success of our restoration-based wood products industry. The value of the saw logs just does not offset the cost of biomass removal. So we can't say, well, if you guys remove the saw logs, then you might make money on that, lose a little on the biomass. Well, saw logs barely pay themselves out of the woods. They don't have enough value to pay for a contractor to offset the losses removing the biomass. And then third, this one really hits close to home. Firefighters are working through a more intense and longer fire season than ever before, and finding solutions to remove slash piles, reduce the workload for fire staff when they return home in the fall and winter. This will allow them to focus more of their time and energy on fire projects like prescribed burning and cooperative workforce training events. Pulling the responsibility to burn slash piles off of the table of our district level fire staff would be a game changer in the ability for them to do more good work. In emerging waste consumption technologies, this started with a person who had contacted some folks within the Forest Restoration Initiative to look for a location to field test some technology to consume forest biomass. We quickly learned that their technology had not been proven yet, but they were looking for a partner to field test it, and they could include municipal solid waste and biosolid sludge in their operations. So it brought a group of us together that included solid waste, sustainability, water services, and wildland fire management. And we quickly realized that there's some emerging opportunities out there for us to partner in a way that utilizes emerging technologies to consume this material. And it's coming together with this recycling opportunity out by the Wildcat water treatment plant, but also internally, staff are just going to continue to do efforts that are looking at extending the life of the landfill, try to consume our current waste materials in a way that provides beneficial outputs, and develop feasibility studies, RFPs, and feedstock supply plans to reach out to some of these companies and find out a way for us to be a leader in this environment. There's a lot of folks out there that have ideas that need a place to be tested. And although we don't always want to be the guinea pig, you got to start somewhere. And there's always a plan that at some point didn't work and then one day began to work. And we want to make sure that we're at the front of the line when we're working with these partners on these technologies. So I'm going to hand this over to Eric Nielsen with Northern Arizona University to talk some about their biomass utilization efforts over on campus.
Thanks so much, Neil. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Eric Nielsen. I'm a professor in the School of Earth and Sustainability, and I'm also the chair of Environmental Caucus and have been leading the efforts on our revised climate action plan. And as part of that effort, before I talk about the biomass options that we're examining, I do want to say thank you to the City of Flagstaff Sustainability Office for their continued collaboration with NAU on climate action and trying to align the city's efforts and their revision with NAU's revision. Neil, the next slide. So as part of our climate action planning process, we are, am I breaking up?
Yeah, just a bit. If you might be able to just turn off your video, Dr. Nielsen, and see if that works.
No problem. Okay. So we are evaluating, we've evaluated a large suite of options for heating the campus as well as the electrical supply for the campus. After ruling out a lot of different options for heating a very large campus that's on a central district system, we narrowed it down to exploring the use of biomass, which I'll go into a little more detail, as well as geothermal heat pump. And so to follow up on these options, the figure shows the net present cost of our current situation using natural gas to heat the campus versus biomass versus the geothermal heat pump. And the taller column there is natural gas. And just to bring to your attention that NAU is using the social cost of carbon as an internal price on carbon in our decision making, and that's that green slice at the top. So staying with status quo and natural gas, if we ignored the external costs of our carbon emissions and pollution, it would be our cheapest option. But when we include the cost of those emissions, then these other options become financially feasible. And we're committed to using that in our decision making, not just on this option, but on other options. So for biomass, what we're currently exploring is we're working with the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service's Wood Energy team, their national team, to help us dive a little bit deeper into the feasibility, the assumptions built into our utilization of local biomass. And we're also drilling a test geothermal well on South Campus this summer. So we hope by the end of the summer we will have narrowed these options down and make a decision. The next slide, I'll just give a little more detail on what we're considering for biomass. And the what we're looking at is primarily a heating-led biomass facility, boiler, which we may be able to also get some electricity production, maybe up to a megawatt, which is called a combined heat and power facility. It'll utilize about 30,000 bone dry tons per year and displace our natural gas usage. And the two images here are from the University of Idaho's biomass system, which is very similar to what NAU is exploring. And we'd be anticipating about 45 trucks per week delivering hog fuel, what Neil was talking about, kind of the all the above, anything that we need to get out of the woods so it's not a fire hazard or not being pile burned, that we can burn it in a controlled environment. And likely we're looking at somewhere on South Campus to locate this facility. Next slide. We're exploring these options, obviously, as part of our quest to become carbon neutral. And biomass has come under quite a bit of criticism. There's lots of academic debates about the carbon neutrality of utilization of biomass for energy. And it is, as the slide says, it is a little bit complicated. How you account for the emissions associated with it. Clearly, when you're burning wood, you're producing CO2 emissions. However, these are called biogenic sources of carbon, so they're included in the carbon cycle, the sort of short-term, mid-term carbon cycle. And whereas fossil fuels are very, very long-term, ancient biomass that now has been turned into fossilized fuels. And the image on the left sort of shows what happens with carbon emissions in our ponderosa pine forests with their fire frequency, the fire severity that we are seeing, versus on the right-hand side, if we're doing restoration treatment and you see sort of all the pathways of CO2, if we're burning some of that hog fuel and to make electricity or turning it into wood products. And the important part to really take away from these figures is that our analysis at NAU shows that over a 60-year period, by restoring and all the markets that Neil was talking about for utilization of biomass and for the saw logs, that we end up with a net benefit of about 50 tons of CO2 per acre over a 60-year period. So by restoring these forests and avoiding the catastrophic fires, and then some of the ecosystem conversion and loss of storage capacity in our forests, that we end up with a net benefit. And so we think about the urgency of climate action, but we also, it's not that the problem goes away tomorrow. We need to be restoring these biological sinks of carbon. And so much of the debate around carbon neutrality and biomass has a lot to do with what kinds of ecosystems is the biomass being produced in, with what kinds of methods, with what kinds of soil disturbances. But when we're really looking at a restoration effort and this excess biomass that we're trying to get out of the forest, we believe that the net benefit is worthy of us pursuing at NAU as a primary option for our heating. Next slide. And to Neil's point a little bit, I wanted to just bring up, if we're combusting biomass on campus versus natural gas, which we are, we've got smokestacks and we have EPA permits for our emissions. The studies that have been done comparing burning biomass in the woods and pile burns versus in a modern controlled plant with pollution controls, we see really significant reductions in regulated air pollutants that are a concern for public health, like particulate matter, like volatile organic compounds. And interestingly, that the incomplete combustion in these piles actually produces a lot of methane, which is a really powerful greenhouse gas. And so you see that CO2 equivalent being much higher when you're burning it in the woods versus burning it in a controlled facility. So for NAU, next slide, we see a great opportunity for biomass as positioning the institution in our quest for carbon neutrality is also being part of this regional solution to build climate resiliency into our forests. We think that not only will it be a great potential research facility, but build into kind of the microgrid ideas that we're developing as part of the climate action plan. We have some carbon capture scientists on campus that are part of our team who are looking at, can we build this with the goal to actually capture those? So it could be a carbon negative energy source. And by contributing to these forest restoration efforts, that there may be opportunities financially for earning carbon offset credits, as I mentioned, about 50 tons per acre over a 60-year period. The big challenges we have are the status of the 4-Fry contract, who is actually going to be in charge of the movement of biomass out of the forest, and our ability to get a 20 to 30-year supply contract so that the university feels comfortable that we can move forward with this as an option. Localized traffic with trucks coming on to South Campus, as well as public perception of, we're still combusting something that produces CO2, and yet we're claiming carbon neutrality. We think we can address that with outreach and education. And then for, the emissions that are associated with the actual forest operations, we would plan on offsetting those in some way, shape, or form. And I guess before I end, I just want to encourage council and the mayor and vice mayor, as you have conversations with our incoming president, Dr. Cruz. We presented these options to him in a very preliminary way. He was very supportive. And I think he understands that NAU being part of a regional solution to our forest restoration challenge is important, as well as us having an aggressive climate action plan. So I just encourage you all, as you meet with him over the coming months, to share that part of the city and the university's collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Next, we've got Robert with the Flagstaff Water Group. And this ties in with our biomass utilization message, because there's a great opportunity to integrate the city's sewage sludge into some sort of utilization effort. And that's why we wanted to ask Robert to speak to our group today.
Thank you, Neil, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I think I'll, to avoid a risk of breakups, I'll turn off my video, but say hi while I'm at it, but and then proceed from here. Okay, my name is Robert Vane, and I'm speaking as a member of the Flagstaff Water Group in this presentation. I'd like to speak to an additional reason that the city should take interest in a potential bioenergy facility, perhaps of the type that Eric was discussing. Namely, such a facility could potentially solve an underappreciated issue that the city needs to face sooner or later. And that's the safe and permanent disposal of sewage sludge that's generated from the city wastewater treatment plants. Next slide, please. As most of you know, for approximately 40 years, the city has disposed of its sewage sludge on a site adjacent to the Wildcat Water Reclamation Plant. And the sludge disposal site is at the top of the photo on this slide. Next slide, please. This method of sludge disposal is likely unsustainable due to increasing recognition of the dangers to human and environmental health from the hazardous chemicals that remain in the sludge. Shutdown could come as a result of this being recognized as a hazardous waste site, or potential discovery of percolation to the Coconino Aquifer, or both of those factors. Next slide, please. This is not an idle concern. Even though it's gone on for 40 years, increased scrutiny of such chemicals in sludge is anticipated by this EPA Inspector General report that chided the EPA for not taking action on 352 pollutants it has identified in sludge. And this is despite the fact that 61 of those pollutants are designated as acutely hazardous or priority pollutants in other programs, such as, for instance, OSHA. So again, this is an example of a report generated recently in 2018 by the US EPA Inspector General, pushing the EPA to do more on this front. Next slide, please. So what does all that I've had to say have to do with a bioenergy facility? The answer is this. For an appropriately designed facility, dewatered sludge could be burned as a low fraction co-fuel along with waste wood. Such combustion offers the surest way to actually destroy all of the hazardous organic contaminants that are in the sludge. Sludge combustion is not novel, even though it may not be commonplace in the public knowledge. It has been done widely before. And for example, the Snowflake Nova power plant was originally designed to burn up to 30% paper sludge, a much higher percentage than that would be burned in Flagstaff. In the Flagstaff Water Group, what we think is the bottom line for council is this. If a bioenergy facility does move forward in the area, we suggest that the city of Flagstaff should seek to have a seat at the table to see whether it makes sense to include sewage sludge in the fuel specifications for the plant. It does require study and does require design modifications, but if you participate from the beginning, all things can be possible. And finally, in a new development since this presentation was put together, we've learned that the city may be able to bring federal money to the table to do this. As presently drafted, Section 202 of Senate Bill 914, titled the Wastewater Efficiency Grant Pilot Program, offers up to $4 million per project for facility upgrades and retrofits necessary to create or improve waste-to-energy systems. And this is an element of the Biden infrastructure plan. So again, it's simply a proposal at this point in time, but if this proposal moves forward, federal monies may be available for a project of this type. So in closing, I simply want to say to council, thank you for at least considering or exploring this opportunity to solve a city problem while protecting human and environmental health and aquifer purity in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Council, I also wanted to mention on the phone with us is Toby Bolton. He's the area supervisor with Campbell Global, and he's been working in the Flagstaff area for quite a while on the logistics side of moving biomass out of the woods. So if you guys have any questions that would be best answered by an industry representative on their efforts, I just wanted to make sure we had somebody here who's a subject matter expert in that area.
Excellent, thank you. Council, if you have any comments or questions, throw them in the chat box, but I did have one, which is to Dr. Nielsen. Is there any consideration about potentially partnering with utilizing the sludge for the campus biofuel plant? Like, is that something that we might be able to partner on with how the facility is designed or anything to that effect, or is that kind of, out of the realm of possibilities?
Not at all. The nice thing about station together is I learned about what Robert and the water group have been talking about. And so as we work with this national wood energy team, who basically designed these boilers, designed the systems to talk about, what could we co-fire this with, and biosludge be a part of that. So it is part of what we're discussing now. And we're just going to kind of see how the economics of all of it work out in the end.
Excellent. Well, that might also help with the whole needing 20 to 30 year guaranteed of biofuel, because I'm sure we'll keep it coming on our end. So just throwing it out there. That sounds like a really great partnership opportunity there. So I appreciate it. Councilmember Aslan, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful presentations. I think this is very helpful. I have been on the record as very supportive of bioenergy and hoping we can get something off the ground. I think this is a wonderful ground zero for us to experiment with this, see if it works, and spread the good news. You guys kind of talked about this, but I just want to lift it up and put a spotlight on it specifically. I know that there are conversations going around, and for example, the Sierra Club, in my opinion, is disappointingly not pleased with this conversation. And I think I understand where they're coming from, but could you guys just talk a little bit more about why this is appropriate for Flagstaff and in Northern Arizona? And I'm also wondering if you can piggyback onto that some thoughts about where APS is and our other utilities in the region in terms of their appetite for exploring this and investing some research R&D dollars into it.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I think I'll jump in a little bit. I interact with folks from the Sierra Club quite often, and completely understand where they're coming from. And as I said earlier, in a perfect scenario, we wouldn't even have to be having this discussion because we would have a forest that was healthy and didn't have millions of tons of green material that needed to come out of the woods. But that's just not the environment that we're in, and we need to figure out what is the most economical way to utilize this material, what is the safest way to use this material, and how can we do it in a way that accelerates the larger risk reduction efforts. And so I don't want to speak on behalf of anybody else, but being against something is something that's kind of easy. What I don't hear a lot of is what they're in favor of. And so I think I would encourage folks to ask people in the community, well, what is their solution for removing this material? Because clearly leaving it in the woods is not in our interest.
And just I'll piggyback on that a little bit, that it is ecosystem specific and forest type specific and forest treatment specific. So there's some very clear critical opposition, for example, with fast rotating plantations in the Southeast and just chipping those trees and turning them into pellets and sending them to Europe so that Europe can claim carbon neutrality. Like, there's some problems with that ecologically as well as from a carbon accounting perspective. But I don't think that's the case when we're talking about restoring our fire adapted forests and ecosystems. And so it's important that, yes, there's a global question about biomass, and it as I said, it's complicated and it depends. And it depends really on, in our situation, I feel very confident if NAU chooses this, we will have robust empirical data to show the carbon benefit to the campus.
As far as our utilities, APS and SRP are wonderful partners in the world of forest restoration these days. They have done a lot of feasibility studies on alternatives for utilizing this material as in co-firing electrical generation plants, with Novo Power hitting about, in the high 20s in their megawatts. We need about another 60 megawatts to vacuum up the material that would be made available at 50,000 acres per year. And that certainly is available out there. There's options like the Cholla power plant and retrofitting that facility. But then we get into the reality of some political environments with the Corporation Commission and the legislature, and you know, the utility companies need direction to be able to make those giant investments to retrofit those sort of facilities. So there's a lot more information out there. I'm happy to put some information together and share it with you guys on some of their assessments for things like the Cholla power plant. There's another one in, I think it's in St. John's. It's very far eastern Arizona, that some of the material that came off Observatory Mesa was actually trucked over there as part of a test to see how co-firing a plant would work. So there's a good amount of information out there. It's but as soon as we get out of the kind of local community effort for utilization and into the political environment, it certainly gets complicated.
Thank you, Neil. And as you're putting that report together for us, maybe you can include a back of the envelope calculation of how much biomass your mustache produces annually.
And
I'll get NAU right on that.
Councilmember Aslan, just one.
You're breaking up a little bit there, Dr. Nielsen.
You're really choppy, Eric. Why don't you turn your video back off?
All right. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yep.
Utilizing biomass just for electrical energy production is very, very expensive, and it's pretty. The challenge for the Corporation Commission and for SRP and the rest is just that it, just like early solar, where we said there's a mandate and we as ratepayers are going to pay more for it because we want it. We kind of have to do that with biomass. If APS just does competitive bidding, biomass is not going to win. So it's a pretty politically charged thing, I think, with the Corporation Commission to take, even though it's really important for the region to, you know, maybe build 50 gigawatts more of power, but to allow those rates to be spread out over everybody. So it is, to Neil's point, it's pretty politically charged. And, you know, NAU looked at that and said, nope, biomass is very competitive for heat, cost basis. And if we can get a little electricity out of that as well, that would be good for us.
Excellent. Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Neil. Is there any danger of pests like bark beetles being transported and spreading with these kinds of efforts?
You know, with the with our current efforts of utilization, I see very little concern around that. If we start talking about export markets or taking these things further than, you know, 150 miles, there occasionally are concerns. If you cross state lines, there's times where certain things have to be dried or fumigated somehow. But bringing stuff from the forest of Flagstaff in northern Arizona into the markets that we're looking at, we're not seeing a whole lot of concern around bugs. There are efforts that, you know, put a lot of restrictions on this if we're talking about exports or crossing state lines that are meant to deal with exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm not seeing any C's or Q's in the chat box from the rest of council. So thank you for the great presentation, and very informative and really exciting about the possible R&D and yeah, new partnerships that we may be able to put in place. So thank you. And with that, I think it might be time for a quick break. So it's 4:35 now. Let's just do 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 4:45. Thank you much. Excellent. Thank you. Well, we are down to agenda item number 9. This is our carbon dioxide removal information and discussion.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. In anticipation of a robust conversation about the city's carbon neutrality goals on May 25th, we would like to provide the council with information on carbon dioxide removal. I'm going to hand the presentation off to Ramon Alatorre, our climate and energy coordinator and recent resident expert on carbon dioxide removal.
Great, thank you, Nicole. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Ramon D.C. Alatorre, and I am pleased today to have the opportunity to discuss the topic of carbon dioxide removal with you all this afternoon. Our goal today is to provide baseline information about carbon dioxide removal, which I will sometimes refer to as CDR, in order to have a more informed conversations between constituents and for evaluating future investments and funding opportunities. This presentation will not include a prescriptive plan detailing the exact carbon dioxide removal portfolio that Flagstaff will need to develop and support over the next 9 years. That portfolio will need to be developed in collaboration with local and regional partners, and that work will need to get underway in the next year so that initiatives will have time to get established and to scale. So again, today, the goal is to offer information and to start developing a vision for what carbon dioxide removal opportunities might look like. The general flow of the presentation will follow the agenda that you see on the right side of the screen. We'll start by talking about what carbon dioxide removal is. We'll then discuss why carbon dioxide removal is necessary, both from a global and a local perspective. We'll spend some time discussing leadership and market trends in the carbon dioxide removal space. We'll explore what a few peer governments in the Intermountain West region are doing to pursue carbon dioxide removal, and then we'll wrap up. To start, what is carbon dioxide removal, or CDR? Carbon dioxide removal refers to the process of removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. There are multiple processes that are capable of doing this. There are biological and nature-based approaches. We're all familiar with the fact that trees and other plants remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and turn it into biomass. Turns out certain rocks and minerals can also do this, remove carbon dioxide from the air and bind it into their structures. And then there are technological and engineering processes that can perform the same task. And there are ways to use these approaches in combination. But before diving in too deep, we do want to just acknowledge up front that while carbon dioxide removal is increasingly looking like something that will be necessary to stabilize the climate, we fully acknowledge that CDR cannot be thought of as a replacement for reducing emissions as quickly as possible. Carbon dioxide removal is not a silver bullet. It should only be considered as part of a both and approach, and that rapid reductions need to be prioritized. I've heard it described with the overflowing bathtub metaphor, that we need to turn off the water and we need to speed up the draining. Neither will be sufficient on their own, both will be necessary. But of the two, turning off the water will be faster and more effective than trying to speed up the drain. Likewise, we can achieve reductions far faster than we can scale carbon dioxide removal, and the total impact will be greater. Still, given that the tub is already overflowing, in addition to turning off the water, it will also help and be necessary to open the drain. Perhaps the easiest place to start is with the thing we all know about, trees. Trees take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and store it in their biomass for decades or centuries. Afforestation is the idea of planting trees in new places where they haven't been historically. Reforestation refers to replanting trees where they previously existed. In certain regions, including many urban areas, planting trees can lead to many benefits, however, including the removal of carbon dioxide. However, I will say this a couple of times, the science suggests that we can't simply plant trees our way out of the problem. Then there are many things that can be done from an agricultural perspective to both reduce emissions from current ag practices, as well as to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere so that it becomes stored in soils. Additionally, protecting and restoring damaged ecosystems will allow them to better provide all of their many ecosystem services more effectively, including carbon dioxide removal. Some of the benefits of biological carbon dioxide removal is that the maturity of these practices is high. We already know how to do a lot of it. It doesn't require new technology or other breakthroughs to implement and scale. It's also relatively inexpensive. And as previously mentioned, a lot of this work can have co-benefits beyond just carbon dioxide removal. These can include cleaner air, preserving biodiversity, healthier ecosystems, heat abatement in urban environments, and much more. There are some limitations and questions, though. There is this concept of saturation. Essentially, it means that there is an upper limit to how much impact the method can have. We might consider both regional and global saturation. And again, trees can be a good example. While planting trees can be a good idea in some regions and could be scaled, there are some regions where, frankly, the problem is too many trees. Indeed, as we've just heard in previous presentations, that is the issue facing many of the forests surrounding Flagstaff. There is interest in getting biomass out of our forests to reduce fuels and to mitigate fire risks. So rather than reforestation, we may be more interested in exploring options that can both support fuels reductions and improve ecosystem health, while also contributing to carbon dioxide removal. We've already heard about some of these, and I will touch on a couple of them, of these potential options when I get to the technology section. Zooming out from the regional saturation assessments to global saturation, again, the science shows that we can't simply plant trees our way out of the problem. There isn't enough land in the world to accomplish all of the carbon dioxide removal that will be necessary. There is an upper limit on what biological approaches can accomplish. Not to mention the fact that land is valuable and has many competing uses, and that forcefully taking land, especially from indigenous peoples, in order to use nature-based carbon dioxide removal solutions to try to fix the climate mess that has been made by industrialized nations is simply untenable. And finally, there is the issue of permanence and reversibility. Again, trees are great, but they can be hard to protect. Of course, we think of fire, but human activities, including development, can also reverse biological carbon dioxide removal efforts. Even in the best case scenarios, many trees only live for tens to hundreds of years before they decay and release their carbon back into the atmosphere. All told, the data is telling us that we're needing to look beyond what can be stored in nature-based solutions. As a global community, we need to also explore options that are more permanent and less reversible, which is where geologic options become interesting. There are, as I mentioned, rocks and minerals that bind to carbon dioxide through natural processes. The idea behind enhanced rock weathering is to speed up those processes. Basically, you might think of mining some of those rocks and minerals, crushing them to increase their surface area, and then exposing them in favorable conditions so that they might bind to atmospheric carbon dioxide. Basically, trying to facilitate geologic processes on less than geologic timescales. Once bound to these rocks and minerals, the carbon is quite stable and the risk of reversal is relatively low. Additionally, there are some strategies that can support carbon dioxide removal by storing carbon that has been removed from the atmosphere into geologic formations, but they don't actually do the atmospheric removal. Still, it is worth mentioning here because this storage is utilizing geologic formations and the storage is considered relatively permanent. Honestly, perhaps the best way to think of this might be to imagine fossil fuel extraction, but in reverse. We would capture and compress atmospheric carbon dioxide, often through technological means, and then inject it deep underground into geologic formations. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many of the viable injection sites and formations are the same ones that fossil fuels were extracted from. We're basically hoping that we might be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube. Also interesting, some of the companies that might have the inside track for doing this kind of injection and storage might be the companies that previously performed fossil fuel extraction. Indeed, some experts anticipate that the oil and gas majors that will survive the renewable energy landscape of the future will be the ones that transition and change their business model to be one that puts carbon back into the ground. And indeed, some companies are starting to move in this direction, at least a little bit. Just this April, ExxonMobil has proposed deploying carbon capture and storage hubs throughout the United States, including a proposed project near Houston that could potentially store 100 million tons of carbon per year. For reasons I'll discuss in the next slide, this project wouldn't actually count as CDR, but it is an example of geologic strategies being used for permanent storage of carbon dioxide. And since we've started to allude to technology strategies, we might as well make the pivot. There are already technologies that allow for the removal of carbon from point sources. When talking about point sources, it might help to think about smokestacks. These point source technologies are known as carbon capture. And as we've just discussed, there are technologies that would allow for the injection of compressed carbon dioxide into geologic storage. However, whether these carbon capture efforts are categorized as carbon dioxide removal or something different depends on the source of emissions coming out of those smokestacks. If we deploy this technology on power plants and industries that are utilizing fossil fuels, as is the case for the Exxon proposal, it doesn't actually count as carbon dioxide removal. It's more of a cousin. It prevents emissions from getting into the atmosphere, but doesn't actually remove existing carbon from the atmosphere. If we go back to our bathtub analogy, It's not draining the tub, but it's also not quite turning the water off. It's more like keeping the water on and diverting some of it elsewhere. There are robust debates about carbon capture and storage in fossil industries. Many are concerned about what is known as the moral hazard in particular, that this technology and approach will seem to give license to the continued extraction and use of fossil fuels. Many argue that there are other, arguably better ways to prevent emissions, to actually turn the water off, not just divert it. Still others contend that so long as fossil fueled plants and industries are in operation, it would be far better to capture and store millions of tons of carbon than to not. Going beyond point source carbon capture to some technologies that would actually qualify as carbon dioxide removal, we can first start by talking about direct air capture, or DAC. Essentially, these are factories that process large volumes of air and pull the carbon dioxide out of it. Once removed, the carbon can be directed to a number of end uses, including injection into geologic formations. One of the limitations associated with DAC is that it is quite energy intensive. For the whole endeavor to be a net positive, that energy will need to be renewable. Also, given that energy costs money, energy intensive approaches like DAC are likely to be more expensive than alternatives that are less energy intensive, even as the technology matures. A far less energy intensive method, I apologize, I haven't been moving my screen. A far less energy intensive method for non-point source carbon capture removal is being developed just down the hill at Arizona State University at the Center for Negative Carbon Emissions. These so-called mechanical trees passively remove atmospheric carbon dioxide in their engineered leaves and then direct the carbon into mineral sequestration, that enhanced rock weathering that I previously mentioned, or to other potential uses. Some benefits of these technological strategies, they require far less space than many biological and nature-based approaches. The mechanical trees, for example, remove carbon dioxide over 1,000 times faster than a biological tree can. The maturity of these various technologies are somewhat mixed. On one hand, submarines and spaceships have been doing technological carbon dioxide removal for decades. Still, the scaling of these approaches is still maturing, and from a cost curve reduction standpoint, many technologies are still in the sort of pilot phase of development. To see costs start to come down, it will likely require deployment-led innovations. Now to speak to a couple of approaches that combine the biological, geological, and technological CDR strategies. While we previously discussed how point source carbon capture technology paired with fossil fuels would be categorized as a prevention and not as atmospheric CDR, the same technology and approach paired with biological fuels and feedstocks would count as carbon dioxide removal. BECCS, or bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, is a process that does remove atmospheric carbon dioxide because the first step involves biomass removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. That biomass is then used to produce energy or heat, but rather than releasing the carbon back into the atmosphere, the emissions are captured using the same point source technology and then stored underground. This results in a net negative emissions process that also generates useful energy or heat. This is another graphic illustrating the BECCS process and components. BECCS is considered one of the most enticing carbon dioxide removal approaches. Indeed, it is one of the few technological approaches even mentioned and modeled in the reports from the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The allure of BECCS is in large part because it provides both non-fossil energy and heat, which we will need as sources in the future, and it removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We go back to our bathtub analogy, it not only turns off the water, since fossil fuels are not being burned, it also improves the drainage of the bathtub. And as we've heard today, we might also look into bioenergy without carbon capture and sequestration. In this case, the efforts would not likely qualify as a CDR initiative, though they could well reduce emissions, which is also a desired outcome. It will be critical, however, to ensure that the biomass feedstock is sustainably managed. It would be a perverse outcome if ecosystems are destroyed or degraded in order to power BECCS facilities. If using waste biomass, BECCS could represent an opportunity to make beneficial use of biomass that can otherwise be a liability, such as reducing fuels in oversaturated forests. So far, there are a few industrial-scale BECCS projects in the world. The first was launched in 2016 in Decatur, Illinois, at a corn ethanol facility. Ultimately, whether BEC's project or just a bioenergy project might be appropriate in our region, it will require further investigation and collaboration. Fortunately, as we've heard today, NAU has a lot of people and resources thinking about topics like this, bioenergy and forest management, and there is a lot of potential for advancing discussion on these topics. The final CDR approach that is worth mentioning is known as biochar. Essentially, the idea is to burn waste or liability biomass under particular conditions so that it results in a stable char. You might well think of charcoal. Unlike other biomass that will naturally decompose and return its carbon to the atmosphere, biochar is resistant to decomposition. In addition to carbon dioxide removal, biochar can have a number of beneficial uses. It is most commonly used as a soil amendment. While different than fertilizer or compost, by adding biochar to soils, especially in combination with compost, it can make these soils more productive. Biochar can also be useful for increasing water retention in soils, something that could be particularly valuable in water-stressed regions like the Southwest. Another potential use or benefit of biochar can once again be for fuels reduction in overgrown forests. The United States Forest Service is driving the development and deployment of the so-called char boss. This is a mobile incinerator that can be brought to the forest to process unusable wood waste and turn it into biochar. Compared to the problematic pile burning that we've heard about earlier today from both Neil Chapman and Dr. Nielsen, the char boss produces far less air pollution, doesn't scar the ground, and results in more char being left behind. That means keeping more of the previously removed carbon out of the atmosphere. The resulting biochar can be spread on site as a soil amendment to aid in the health of the forest soils or transported elsewhere for beneficial use. And while the char boss might be considered a bit of a crude unit, biochar production can also be highly controlled and standardized in high-tech facilities, more like a landfill or even a water treatment plant. By carefully managing the feedstock and controlling the burning conditions, people can create designer biochars to meet various market needs. Again, the U.S. Forest Service has provided funding for multiple biochar facilities in the region over the past few years, including an award of nearly $500,000 this past funding cycle for a stationary biochar facility in Eager, Arizona. Beyond using waste forest product as a feedstock for biochar production, some municipalities are using biochar facilities to process their digested sludges from wastewater treatment, another topic we've heard about today. Flagstaff, as you heard, currently applies our digested sludges directly to the land at Wildcat Hill facility, and it is known that we will need to explore other options for managing these sludges in the future. The production of biochar is also certainly compatible with the production of bioenergy. Indeed, in the previous slide for BECS, you may have noticed the reference to biochar on the second graphic. Biochar is even being explored as having the potential for mine site remediation. So clearly, there's tremendous potential for biochar, and a lot of folks are interested in producing and supplying it. As a city organization, Flagstaff could contribute to the market development of biochar by exploring the use of it for various city projects, landscaping, community gardens, stream corridor restoration, just to name a few. We might also look to spearhead any number of city-led biochar initiatives. There are numerous market and non-market benefits to be realized, including contributing to our carbon dioxide removal goals. So that wraps up the first section of my agenda today. We've now discussed what carbon dioxide removal is, as well as an overview of the landscape of some of the current CDR approaches. Next, I'll take a moment to discuss and revisit why carbon dioxide removal is necessary, both from a global and a local perspective. This first slide considers the global perspective and is admittedly a bit busy with a graph that we could spend a long time unpacking. But the main point is that according to the most recent IPCC reports, all scenarios that limit global warming to 1.5 degrees or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit will require significant carbon dioxide removal deployment. The horizontal red line that I've added for emphasis represents net zero emissions on a global scale. We are well above that right now. The leftmost vertical red line represents the year 2030, and the rightmost vertical red line represents the year 2050. This graph plots multiple scenarios, again for limiting warming to 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you can see, all scenarios envision the world arriving at net zero emissions, sometime around 2050, followed by decades of net negative emissions from the continued use of carbon dioxide removal. Additionally, the exact amount of carbon dioxide removal that will ultimately be required depends largely on the reductions achieved in the next decade. The scenarios that achieve greater reductions by 2030 will ultimately require far less total CDR over the next century. This is shown by scenarios 1 and 2, which do require decades of net negative emissions, but compared to scenarios 3 and 4, which don't achieve the same level of reductions by 2030, scenarios 1 and 2 keep things relatively close to the net zero line. This is one of the reasons why this decade is seen as the critical decade for action. Any further delay in the scenarios for limiting warming to 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit begin to fall apart. The Flagstaff Climate Emergency Declaration recognized this reality, which is why 2030 was selected as the target year for achieving carbon neutrality. This is the decade to both accelerate emissions reductions and carbon dioxide removal. We need to both start turning off the water rapidly and start learning how to drain the tub more effectively. The IPCC report goes on to emphasize this second point. It says that unless affordable and environmentally and socially acceptable carbon dioxide removal becomes feasible and available at scale well before 2050, pathways to 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit will become difficult to realize. Essentially, the report is saying that we cannot delay when it comes to developing carbon dioxide removal. It will take time to scale, and there will be barriers to navigate. Building further on the global perspective, we have to acknowledge that the world is not going to arrive at net zero emissions in 2050 by having all countries and cities arrive simultaneously. We will not all be able to hold hands and watch as we each individually cross the net zero finish line at the same moment. The global outcomes needed will always be a game of averages. In order for the world to be here at this black dot in 2050, those that can will need to be here at this blue dot. Likewise, in 2030, in order for the world to be here at this black dot, those that can will need to be here. Success on a global scale will require leadership. Leaders will do what is needed first and early. Leaders will willingly pull their fair share and then perhaps more because they can. Leaders will take the necessary actions regardless of what others are doing. Leaders will help others succeed as well as hold them appropriately accountable. The Flagstaff community believes that we can be leaders. It is one of the reasons the community brought forward the Climate Emergency Declaration. Now, in a moment, I will be talking more about Flagstaff, the Climate Emergency Declaration, and how CDR fits into our pathway. But I do want to pause a moment on this idea of leadership, because we do hear a lot of concern about how leadership can seem like a lonely and even scary or disadvantageous position to take. We sometimes hear the sentiment that it doesn't matter what Flagstaff does in the grand scheme of things, or questions like, is anyone else taking this kind of action? And the answer is yes. There are many companies and foundations and governments that are reading the same reports and coming to the same conclusions that our community did when they brought forward the Climate Emergency Declaration. I will highlight a couple of leaders in the CDR space specifically in a few slides that follow, but here are just a few examples to demonstrate that Flagstaff is not alone. Over 1,900 jurisdictions and local governments worldwide have declared a climate emergency, and these jurisdictions cover over 800 million global citizens so far. Our own federal government has rejoined the Paris Agreement and set goals for 2030 that are in line with the reductions that the IPCC reports say are necessary. Achieving these reductions will likely require a combination of efforts to both turn down the water and learn how to drain the tub. Prior to the federal government making their announcement, multiple coalitions submit formal notices of support. Flagstaff joined the America's All In campaign, along with over 160 other local and tribal governments, as well as over 1,300 businesses and investors to support the federal target of 50% reduction. The We Mean Business Coalition, comprised of over 400 businesses and investors, submitted a public letter to the Biden administration to, quote, call on you to adapt the ambitious and attainable target of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by 2030. And this is just a sample. The world is looking at the early leaders, both large and small, from the European Union to New York City to communities like Flagstaff. And followers are emerging, including the US federal government, from all sectors to become the next wave of leaders. It might be a stretch to say that any major governments have taken their action because of Flagstaff individually, but it certainly appears that many needed the leadership of communities like Flagstaff collectively. Bringing the discussion of why carbon dioxide removal to Flagstaff specifically, it has been referenced multiple times in this presentation, but the carbon dioxide removal conversation has really come to our community's doorstep because of the Climate Emergency Declaration that was adopted by Council in June of 2020. This declaration recognized the importance of the next decade, as well as the need for leadership. As you well know, the climate emergency declaration included a commitment to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. In order to be carbon neutral, we will first reduce local emissions as much as possible. However, we know that we will still produce emissions in Flagstaff in the year 2030. So in order to be carbon neutral, we will, on an annual basis, measure the emissions produced by our community. That would be represented by the left side of the scale here. We will then need to balance with an equivalent amount of carbon dioxide removal on the right side of the scale in order to have net zero community emissions. Ultimately, the amount of CDR required each year will depend on the emissions reductions achieved. The smaller we can make the left side of the scale each year, the smaller our annual CDR obligation. As it stands now, the draft carbon neutrality plan envisions a significant reduction in emissions by 2030. Still, it is projected that something like 471,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent will still be produced by our community, which means that in order to be carbon neutral, we will need to balance our emissions with an equivalent amount of carbon dioxide removal. At 471,000 metric tons, this would be equivalent to removing the emissions produced by over 100,000 passenger vehicles driven over the course of a year. Still, we should always keep in mind, the smaller that we make the left side of the scale, the smaller our CDR obligation on the right side. We've now covered what carbon dioxide removal is, as well as why CDR is necessary from both a global and local perspective. I will now continue to explore the theme of leadership and talk about some recent market trends in the CDR space. The corporate world is clearly starting to recognize the need for carbon dioxide removal development, deployment, scalability, and cost reduction. This slide includes just two examples of companies that are approaching carbon dioxide removal in novel ways that are garnering a lot of positive attention and press. They were chosen because they are being recognized as leaders and early adopters in the space. Stripe is a financial tech company that has been in operation since 2009. Microsoft likely doesn't need any introduction. Prior to 2019, both Stripe as well as Microsoft and countless other environmentally and socially minded companies and organizations relied on traditional offset programs to balance their emissions and allow them to claim carbon neutrality. However, for both of these companies, it is becoming increasingly clear that A, the traditional offset approach will not be sufficient to the problem, and B, that new carbon dioxide removal technology and approaches are going to be necessary at scale and soon. So in 2019, Stripe made the commitment to start to move away from these offset programs, committing instead to invest in carbon dioxide removal. According to their press release, they said, quote, "We will seek to purchase negative CO2 emissions at any price per ton, starting immediately. We expect that the best price will initially be very high, almost certainly more than $100 per ton, as compared with the $8 per ton we pay for offsets. We don't expect to be able to sequester all of our carbon emissions, both because the relevant technologies are not yet operating at sufficient scale and because it would be financially infeasible for Stripe. And so we commit to spending at least twice as much on carbon sequestration as we do on offsets." Part of Stripe's thesis is that early purchasers can help new carbon removal technologies come down the cost curve and come up the volume curve. They say that experience with manufacturing, learning, and experience curves has shown repeatedly that deployment and scale beget improvement, a phenomenon that we see across DNA sequencing, hard drive capacity, and solar panels. I would also add batteries to this list. This graph is shown on their website, and you can see the cost curves for all of these technologies dropping quickly as a result of investment. Carbon dioxide removal technology will likely require the same investment. Microsoft also updated their commitments and outlined their new approach in 2019. According to their press release, they say, quote, "Solving the planet's carbon issues will require technology that does not exist today. That's why a significant part of our endeavor involves putting Microsoft's balance sheet to work to stimulate and accelerate the development of carbon removal technology. Our new Climate Innovation Fund will commit to invest $1 billion over the next 4 years into new technologies and expand access to capital around the world to people working to solve this problem. We understand this is just a fraction of the investment needed, but our hope is that it spurs more governments and companies to invest in new ways as well." Now, I want to emphasize that I am not bringing up Stripe and Microsoft I want to emphasize that I am bringing up Stripe and Microsoft to highlight market trends and examples of corporate leadership in this CDR space. This is not to suggest that Flagstaff adopts Stripe's 2-to-1 investment ratio, or that we try to somehow keep up with Microsoft's investments. The goal is to highlight that serious actors are recognizing the need for serious action and early investment, that companies and businesses, not just climate scientists and local governments, are recognizing that CDR is necessary and that it will require action and investment this decade to mature and become more affordable and scalable. Flagstaff will need to figure out our approach in the coming months and years, but again, we won't be the only ones, and that is exciting from an opportunity and collaboration standpoint. This slide is to note that there are federal incentives and investments already in place. There is the 45Q tax credit, which began in 2008 and was updated in 2018. This tax credit offers incentives of between $35 and $50 per ton for carbon dioxide removal, depending on its final end use. And the Department of Energy announced in March that they will begin investing millions of dollars to advance air pollution capture, though this amount will need to increase substantially. It is widely acknowledged that the investment tax credits for solar and wind were instrumental in spurring widespread deployment and bringing down the costs for these solutions over the past decade. While clearly the federal government is a far bigger mover of markets than Flagstaff will ever be, the point here is to emphasize that there are existing federal incentives and investments that can be leveraged and potentially built upon, similar to how governments utilize the solar and wind investment tax credits to advance projects in their regions. And then there are foundations that are also offering support and funding for carbon dioxide removal innovation. The X Prize is worth mentioning because it has been in the recent news cycle and has been causing some buzz. The Musk Foundation is offering $100 million in prizes for scalable approaches that have a path to low cost removal and storage. Any carbon negative solution is eligible. Nature-based direct air capture, oceans, mineralization, or anything else that achieves net negative emissions, sequesters carbon dioxide durably, and shows a sustainable path to achieving low costs at gigaton scale. The sustainability section has also applied for support and funding from a Bloomberg Philanthropies program for a city-led biochar initiative. We don't yet know if we will be awarded. But the real point, again, in all of these slides is to emphasize that any local incentives or investments that we might consider when working to develop our portfolio of carbon dioxide removal projects wouldn't necessarily have to perform the whole lift in trying to attract and fund carbon dioxide removal projects, companies, and opportunities. We may be able to combine efforts and resources with other companies, governments, and foundations. There are stakeholders that are interested in collaborations and could bring matching funds for these kinds of projects and investments. We also know there are local businesses opportunities that are emerging. These were discussed by Neil Chapman in the previous presentation. And now we'll move on to a quick discussion on what some local and regional governments are doing in the CDR space. We'll consider 3 local governments in the Intermountain West. These will be Boulder County in Colorado, Park City in Utah, and Marin County in California. Boulder County has been working with local university and stakeholders, including producers, tenants, and ranchers, to increase carbon dioxide removal and storage through carbon farming methods such as adding compost to soil, planting trees, and using cover crops. In 2017, they announced a pilot project to analyze carbon dioxide removal feasibility on county lands. 1 year later, the feasibility study came back indicating the potential to achieve as much as 170,000 metric tons of reductions per year through a suite of practices they refer to as carbon farming. Boulder is also interested in exploring biochar, and while the 2018 feasibility study acknowledges this interest, it does not quantify the potential biochar impacts as there was insufficient information at the time. Given the expertise that exists here in Flagstaff, particularly at NAU, it is conceivable that a similar collaboration and study could be explored. Additionally, we will need partners to envision and execute pilot projects that might be able to scale, as well as expertise to assess their potential for impact. The sustainability section has also had preliminary conversations with faculty at NAU and with various regional stakeholders that have strong interest in developing biochar markets and production. Park City also has carbon neutrality by 2030 goals. Rather than CDR, Park City frames their negative emissions initiatives as regeneration. They say that regeneration is the emissions that Park City cannot eliminate will be balanced by removing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in soils and biomass, essentially CDR. Park City has over 9,000 acres of open space on which they have plans to develop and pursue measures for various regenerative agricultural practices. Flagstaff currently has over 3,000 acres of open space, as well as over 8,000 acres of land out at the Red Gap Ranch that could offer potential for similar regenerative initiatives. Additionally, Park City is doing some exciting things with their GIS department to determine the carbon dioxide removal throughout the city. The City of Flagstaff could look into our own GIS staff and work with NAU to develop similar methods and protocols. And finally, Park City is another city in the Mountain West that has high interest in biochar. In 2019, Park City was among 8 communities to receive a Leader in Community Resilience Program award from the National League of Cities. And the final example of local government pursuing CDR initiatives is Marin County in California. Their Marin Carbon Project, which is part of the Marin County Climate Action Plan, is a consortium of ag agencies, nonprofits, producers, and governments. The project launched in 2013 on 3 pilot ranches. As of 2020, the Marin Resource Conservation District had completed 20 carbon farm plans, and $1.5 million in state grants had been awarded to Marin ranchers to assist the implementation of carbon farming practices across 16 different regions. By 2030, Marin is aiming for over 55,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide removal per year and storage through these projects. Which brings me to the end of the presentation today. In order to wrap, I'll first mention that the sustainability section will be back in front of Council in 2 weeks on May 25th, at which time we will update Council on the draft carbon neutrality plan and a host of community conversation. Adoption of the plan will be considered at a later date, tentatively scheduled for June 15th. Neither the conversation on the 25th nor the adoption in June will offer a prescriptive plan for carbon dioxide removal portfolio that Flagstaff will develop over the next 9 years. Again, that work will require developing regional partnerships, identifying opportunities for collaboration on CDR projects and funding. At this time, we have a sense of how much CDR is likely to be necessary. And so now we need to start doing the groundwork to stand up and support local CDR projects to meet this obligation. Similar to Boulder, we expect that part of this development will likely include conducting feasibility studies on various project proposals. And then we will need to start deploying pilot projects in the next few years with an eye towards scaling in order to meet our needs. One thing we do know, it pays to be proactive. Time and again, we see that it is the communities that have done the groundwork that are able to take advantage of opportunities for funding, for collaboration, or otherwise. By adopting the Climate Emergency Declaration and thus kicking off the discussion about carbon dioxide removal in our community, we have made our interests clear to potential collaborators, and we are positioning ourselves to be uniquely prepared to take advantage of opportunities as they arise. And with that, I will say thank you. If the council is interested in continuing the discussion, I would be happy to listen as well as to answer any questions as I am able.
Thank you, Mr. Alatorre. That was extremely informative, and I really appreciate all the research and the work that you all are doing. I think Councilmember Aslan had a question he threw in the box a little while ago. If you would like to still ask that, Councilmember Aslan, and otherwise open the floor, comments and questions.
That was really sort of a tangential and geeky and off-topic question, and I could take the answer off the air as well. Just curious how long it takes for that stored carbon to be reconverted into something in the future that could then again be extracted as a fuel. But I'm guessing it's on the order of geologic time and might require a few more ingredients too. Anyway, I'd rather move on to just making a comment in general. Ramon, thank you so much for that presentation. I think it was really wonderful, very well done, very passionate, and also very timely. There's a lot of conversations going on right now as we're getting close to the, I guess I wouldn't call it a finish line. It's more like a starting block with passing the carbon neutrality plan. A lot of conversation about why 2030, and if we all know we're not really going to hit the mark, why are we putting the stress of this on our business community and making Flagstaff go through all of this? I think you did a wonderful job of connecting the dots there. I would love to give you an opportunity to restate some of that stuff just because it can't be emphasized. It can't be overemphasized. And you know, the thing is, we're well behind the 8 ball in this to begin with. We should have been having this conversation at this level of urgency and earnestness 20 years ago, even further back. The fact that 2030 is going to be a painful adjustment for us does not, in my mind, instigate a rethinking of the goals and the need to pursue them to the best of our ability. And I love the idea of being an early adopter of these ideas and technologies and showing this kind of leadership and being that example for other communities, because it is going to take all of us for those climate mitigation impacts to be felt. If we're going to save our ponderosa pine forests up here, if we're going to continue to have snow, snowpack in the winter and recreational snow activities up on the peaks, it's going to take these global efforts. We can't just snap our fingers here in Flagstaff and keep the climate the way we want it. But the thing that we can do is we can do our part, and we can provide that visionary leadership and that bold action. And I really do hope that we're able to bring our business community along with this conversation. And I'm looking forward to the dialogue we'll be having in a couple weeks on May 25th. I know there's some chatter and some murmurings of concern out there, and we need to have everybody on board in order to adopt this in a way where we're moving forward. We can't do this unless everybody is voluntarily bought into what we're trying to achieve. And Ramon, I just thank you again for so clearly drawing the connections there. And I encourage you to share that slide again with the graphs in our next conversation that we're having, because I think it clearly helps to demonstrate that while as a global community we're not going to get there in the time frame that we're talking about, we need to be carrying our extra weight and doing the heavy lift, because we can, and we are we're up to the challenge, we're up to the task. And that's what's going to help motivate others and get that ball rolling, so that when those benchmark years come, according to the International Committee on Climate Change, we're keeping under that 2.7 degree level, which is really what this is all about. And this is about the science. It's about an enormous community of climate scientists and others coming together and determining that this is the fulcrum point. And we need to know that this isn't just an arbitrary number that they're coming up with. This is based off of climatology, chemistry, physics, and the best available knowledge we have from an entire global scientific community telling us that we've waited way too long, and we've got to start doing this, and we've got to start doing the heavy lift. All right, I could wax poetic about it for another hour, but I will let others speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Any further comments or questions from council before we talk about our accessory dwelling units next? Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Sweet.
And Austin, thank you for your good comments. This kind of reminds me of when you vote for president of the United States. It may seem that your vote is trivial considering how many other people vote, but your vote does count, and all of those little votes add up. And it's the same thing here. Our community cannot solve the world's problems, but our community can be one vote moving towards solving our atmospheric problems. So very good presentation. Really appreciate it. I find the biochar idea to be fascinating. So Ramon, do you have any of that? I would like to hold some in my fingers and see what it's like. Do you guys have any samples?
We don't have any samples. However, I bet I could get some pretty quickly. I had the opportunity to attend a workshop last month about biochar opportunities in the Southwest, and I've met some people that are doing it. So, interested in continuing conversations with them, and they brought up exactly what you did, that being able to like see it and feel it is something that helps make it real.
So if I could get a teaspoon of it, I would be totally satisfied.
Exactly.
Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, and hold on here, trying to get my camera on. Thank you, Ramon, for that presentation. I definitely will be going back and reviewing that again. It was chock full of things I want to geek out on. I do believe we need to start somewhere, and I believe that we need all of our community, all facets of our community on board with this. So I look forward to our conversation in a couple of weeks. I'm wondering if we know which of the major players in our Flagstaff business community have committed to working towards carbon neutrality. Do we have a sense of that right now?
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Sweet, I'll go ahead and jump in here really quick. This is a conversation we have been having with the Chamber of Commerce, and we are hoping to actually conduct a survey among Chamber members, as well as put some more information out there through other avenues to try to capture that data more on the local business level. We know that, and I'll just use Purina as an example. Nestle Purina has commitments to greenhouse gas emission reductions. Purina has their reducing their paw print campaign and so forth. But we are actually trying to pull all that information together so we can really celebrate that on a local level.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you again for the presentation. I mean, really, that was cool to watch. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and hi there, Nicole, and hi, DC. DC, great presentation. Covered a lot of really good points. You know, I look at the agenda tonight, and we're talking about fire preparedness, we're talking about biomass, we're talking about carbon removal, and we're talking about infill, along with our library. But the bulk of the agenda is related to our climate needs in our community, and I love that the city is taking this seriously. I love that the council takes this seriously, and I love that we're making moves. It's really great. You know, often we talk about cost and the cost of doing these things, but again, you know, what's the cost of inaction? And it makes me think about the real, right? It makes me think about all the flooding mitigation and the forest thinning that we have to do, and how the city of Flagstaff continues to be a leader, not just in the region, but across the state and across the nation, in thinking creatively and outside the box and addressing these topics seriously. Globally, you know, I've heard some rumblings in the community about frustrations or struggles with our efforts because of China specifically, and what about China, right? And it's like, well, what about Flagstaff? And like Councilmember Aslan and McCarthy said, we have to start somewhere, and we can only do what we can do. And that chart that you showed, DC, was perfect about how we just need to do our part and carry our load and not just throw up our hands and give up. We really have an opportunity here to lead by example. You know, I think that, you know, all change starts locally. And I had a fun live stream last night with a council member, former vice mayor of Tempe, Lauren Kuby, and they're following our lead. And she was giving our community kudos for really taking charge in the States. And so other cities are looking to us as a leader in this topic, and watching our moves to then implement their own versions of our efforts, but in their local towns, hoping that the state and the ACC eventually picks up the ball and runs with it themselves and takes this into their own hands and really shows leadership on this topic at the state level. So I appreciate the presentation. I look forward to the work ahead. I love that we're engaging our business community, Nicole. I love that we're doing that survey with the chamber. I look forward to the future conversations with our business community and with our community at large, and figuring out how to make allies in this effort. We don't need divisiveness around this topic. We need all hands on deck, and we need to all work together towards a common goal and work through our strengths and our areas of where we overlap, where we agree. You know, focus on our commonality and not on our differences. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, I appreciate the whole presentation, and look forward to seeing more here in a couple weeks. So thank you much, and that brings us down to agenda item number 10, which is the proposed amendment to the zoning code to modify the existing accessory dwelling unit, ADU, and accessory structure requirements, case number PZ-21-00066. Mr. Simer, take it away.
Show taskbar. Mayor, members of the council, Dan Simer, planning and zoning. I'm the zoning code manager for the city. The case before you today is to talk about accessory dwelling units. It is PZ 21-00066. It's a request by the city to amend the zoning code as it pertains to our accessory dwelling units and the accessory structure encroachment requirements. The request before you today is an informational item. It's to inform the public, yourselves, and that no action will be taken at this time. Oops. Okay, so the proposed amendment is to modify the existing accessory dwelling unit requirements to address the location and heights of both the three types of accessory dwelling units we have, and I'll show you those in a second. And the second bullet is just mostly for consolidation of our accessory structure requirements. We did an amendment about 2.5 years ago, about 2 years ago, that first consolidated them, but we still had two tables, and this will finally bring those last two tables together. Also, as mentioned a couple of months ago, we'll be holding a discussion, or at least looking for council discussion and direction as it pertains to removing additional barriers that prohibit homeowners from building accessory dwelling units on their property. This came up initially as a fair item, but one of your colleagues had that removed, and because we were programmatically going to have this discussion anyway in a short period of time, so we consolidated it into two parts. So we are looking for questions for consideration and some direction as it pertains to the modifications that we're proposing, and if the council desires to modify any of the existing provisions that may be too restrictive to building accessory dwelling units on a property. But more specifically, these are the restrictions regarding the covenant requirement that a property owner has to occupy either the accessory dwelling unit or the primary single-family structure, and the covenant requirements related thereto. So, as I said earlier, there are three types of accessory dwelling units. There's the attached, which is attached to an existing structure. There's the detached, which is typically in your yard. Further back, some people may refer to them as granny shacks, but they're more just detached accessory dwelling units. And then there's what are called the interior. These are areas of a house that have either been added onto or are in your basement, or you converted your attic to an accessory dwelling unit. Typically, they share common entry points and may share additional common features, although they typically are nondescript. In other words, you really can't tell that they're there. So as it pertains to the proposed zoning code that we're bringing for you forward to you today, the very first one is to allow the accessory dwelling units to encroach into the required interior and rear side setbacks. This is a provision that was modified approximately a year and a half ago. They were conflicting provisions, and we did take the more strict approach to it at that time. Although since we've been looking at it and evaluating whether or not that was the appropriate choice at the time, we've gone back, and especially to incentivize affordable housing units, we're looking at going with the type of standard that is similar or equivalent to what a garage is. So in other words, a garage or an accessory structure such as a storage shed are allowed to be up to 5 feet from the rear yard line and the interior side setback. They are allowed to be on a 0 setback on the rear when it's adjacent to an alley. So as you can see on the screen before you, those are some of the modifications. Also, we're proposing to mirror the existing building height of a garage or an accessory structure that's in those setbacks to be 16 feet. Now, the last bullet there is kind of a new one. When the accessory dwelling unit was added a while ago, it was contemplated that if you were in a existing setback already, that you can convert your garage if it was tall enough to allow for a second-story ADU, which is an accessory dwelling unit, and it was only limited to the detached. Although we have had a handful of people come forward and ask for that garage to be converted when it's a one-story garage. In fact, the Board of Adjustment did grant a variance last week for this specific requirement, finding that the garage, this is consistent with the intent of the code. And as long as parking is still provided, that the garage may or may not be necessary in that situation, although some people may build a second garage that conforms with the requirements, although this is to allow for additional flexibility in those existing garages that encroach into setbacks and encourage the additional use of ADUs. The next modification is more toward the interior and attached ADUs. Currently, these, when added to an existing structure, they're limited to 24 feet if they're in the required setback. So in other words, if the building is in that setback and you meet all the other setback requirements and you're not encroaching anywhere, you're limited to 24 feet. If a person for an attached or an interior decides to add on to your house and not make that addition an accessory dwelling unit, most of the zones allow up to 45 feet. Some allow 35 feet. So it's kind of this, you're being penalized for adding an accessory dwelling unit when you really can't tell that it's an accessory dwelling unit if it's just an addition to a house. And they're integrated in, because if it's not an ADU or accessory dwelling unit, you're allowed 30 or 45 feet, but if you are, you're limited to 24 feet. So it is a hindrance to encouraging the attached and interior ADU accessory dwelling units. And finally, as I indicated earlier, as it pertains to our accessory structures, all we're doing is consolidating 2 tables. We're not adding any additional regulations. It's just moving the information into one table so that you only have to look at one location. As a secondary discussion topic, this goes back to that fair item that I discussed earlier, that the council were looking for direction from as it pertains to removing additional barriers. Currently, the zoning code requires that a property owner either live in the accessory dwelling unit or in the single family dwelling unit. And they're only allowed to rent out one of the units. And they cannot rent out both units. They have to be rented as one to an individual, and they cannot be subletted. Furthermore, there's a requirement in the zoning code that requires the property owner prior to the issuance of a building permit to record such a covenant that says they cannot rent these in a manner that would allow both units to be rented. So this is one of the biggest hurdles that is left in the zoning code as it pertains to encouraging accessory dwelling units. Now that's kind of where I got into this occupancy requirement that they have to be rented either or, but also that covenant requires that they be leased for no less than 30 days. So that addresses that short-term rental consideration. The restrictive covenant, as we talked about briefly, just kind of says it there on the screen, and they can't be issued separately, can't be rented separately. The idea is to remove these requirements. So what are the potential benefits? It allows a property owner to construct an accessory dwelling unit on their property and rent both units if those provisions are removed. It increases the rental units that may contribute to the availability of affordable housing options. The drawback, though, is it potentially could increase the number of accessory dwelling units that are rented as short-term rentals. We do have to update the covenant if that so happens, so that we preclude short-term rentals. The other issue is that we have 2 units on 1 meter. This is a requirement of the code, and the idea is that we're cutting costs. So it is a benefit to have 1 meter to the point of that you're reducing the cost of the construction of an ADU. For example, staff estimates that a water meter addition just for an accessory dwelling unit is about $13,000, if not more. That does not include the other utility connections. So right now the code allows all the single family dwelling unit and the accessory dwelling unit to be connected to 1 meter. So this could be seen as a potential drawback that we're having 2 separate rental units attached to 1 meter, and then the property owner or the tenants have to work out how they're going to pay for that. The other potential detrimental thing could be that if one property owner or one renter does not pay the utilities, it could lead to a shutoff of the other unit. So that more likely what that happens is then they call the city and we're stuck in the middle, and really it's the property owner's concern. So it's really just a detrimental thing to staff time if they stay maintained on 1 unit and 1 meter, although it is a benefit, a dramatic benefit to the cost to keep those costs down. And we see that as an acceptable solution. A solution to the accessory dwelling units as it pertains to the lease thing for short-term rentals, instead of just flat out allowing rental units to be these accessory dwelling units to be rented and the single family unit to be rented, we incentivize the ability to allow both of them to be rented separately. And as an incentive, the property owner agrees to a restrictive covenant prohibiting each unit from being rented as a short-term rental. So that is the alternative approach, is to maintain the existing requirements that they cannot be rented individually unless they agree to a restrictive covenant to rent both of them separately, and that restrictive covenant of the less than 30 days prohibition. So that's an alternative. It would address the short-term rental considerations. So we are looking at the council for direction and any comments they have on a proposed amendment, and as it pertains to the council's desire to incorporate the modifications to the amendment that may remove either in its entirety those covenant restrictions and the zoning code restrictions that allow that prohibit both units to be rented, or the optional one is to maintain them but incentivize it in a manner that prohibits short-term rentals through a covenant if they agree to it and allow them to rent both units. So that is staff's presentation. I'll be happy to answer any comments or questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Seimer. We do have one commentator from the public. Ms. Drum, if you could get them on the line before we have the council discussion on it.
Mr. Denham, you can go ahead and speak now.
Hey, council members. This is Tyler Denham. I'm very excited to see you take up this issue. I think ADUs are a great way of adding affordable housing to residential neighborhoods. And in this discussion, I urge you to consider removing as many barriers to the construction as possible, including the owner occupancy requirement. I know there's been, I've seen some opposition to the idea based on the idea that a lot of them may end up as short-term rentals. There may be negative externalities associated with parking and noise and bad behavior. And I just think that's a separate issue, and council could probably manage those externalities through separate legislation. And I just think it would be a bit silly to deny, low-income residents of Flagstaff an affordable place to live, just assuming that we won't be able to manage those externalities. So that's my 2 cents on the issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Denham. Well, all right. Turn it inward here, council. Comments, questions of Mr. Seimer? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. When I look at this, I look at it through the lens of the need for reasonably priced housing. And I think, there can be pros and cons to ADUs, but I think that's the lens I look through first. I absolutely feel that we need to include the requirement that if they are allowed to rent both units out, the primary and the ADU, that we should have a restriction on short-term rentals. And I guess I'm kind of curious why we picked 30 days. And maybe staff could comment to that. Why 30 days? Maybe 90 days, maybe 6 months. Do you want to address that first, Dan, or before I go on?
Oh, you're muted, Dan.
Thank you. To hit one, not the other. The 30 days is your typical rental period for where when you become long-term rental. You're considered long-term rental at that period of time, and you fall in. And I would rely on our management services. I'm not overly familiar with our tax structure here, but typically you fall into a different tax structure too. But anything over 30 days is considered a long-term rental.
Okay, I appreciate your comment on that. And Dan, you did a really good job on this. Thank you. And I support essentially everything in there, but I did have a couple more comments. As far as the 2 units on one water meter, I don't see that as a big issue. I think that people that would rent these or live in these can work that out. So I'm not too concerned about that. Other council members may have other ideas. I'd like to talk about setbacks for a minute. I do think ADUs are a good idea, but I am a little concerned about setbacks. As far as the 0 setback line, if it's up against an alley, I don't have any problem with that. But if 2 lots have backyards facing each other and, an ADU is 5 feet away from the back, the next neighbor in back, I find that a little too close. So I was thinking that maybe we could add a rule saying that if you are going to be that close, that you cannot have any windows on that back wall. In other words, if I have to look at my neighbor's back wall, I think I can get used to that. but I don't think I can get used to them being 5 feet away, looking out their window into my backyard. So I'll throw that out there, and if Dan or any of the council members want to comment, go right ahead. And then, Dan, I did have another question. Is there any maximum ratio of the land that can be used for structures? In other words, if we have a house that fills up the whole front of the lot and we have an ADU in the back, could you have a situation where like 90% of the lot is actually covered by structure, that concerns me a little bit.
Okay, there in the residential zones, Council and Mayor, if I may, in the residential zones, there is a lot coverage, depending on which zone you're in, 20, 30%. So you cannot cover your entire lot with a structure currently. ADUs are an exception. The accessory dwelling units, particularly the attached and detached, those are exempt from those lot coverage requirements. Although like an ADU accessory dwelling unit is limited to 600 square feet or 1,000 square feet, depending on the size of the home. So you're not adding a significant amount of lot coverage with these ADUs.
Dan, did you have any comments? And I'm about ready to wrap up here. Thank your patience for everybody. Do you have any comments about my idea of a window 5 feet away from the property line in the back, or on the side too, actually?
Yeah. As it pertains to the windows, I would definitely want to make sure that I'm okay with our fire and our building code requirements. Once you get closer to 5 feet, that's a whole different ball of wax, but I want to make sure there's enough exiting requirements without those. But I do believe it can be achieved, but I would want to make sure that from our building official and our fire marshals that objective can be met.
Yes, I am aware that like a bedroom cannot have just a little teeny window. It has to have a full access. A fireman can crawl through the window size.
Correct.
So Dan, I hope you can look into that before this comes back to council, because I'll probably bring that question up again. Mayor, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Dan. Great presentation, excellent work on this. I'm excited. I love ADUs. I think that they're a great way to create, as Councilmember McCarthy said, affordable housing, places for people to live who might not be able to afford their own home or a luxury piece of land or housing. Councilmember McCarthy, I have 8 adjacent neighbors who have direct eye line into my backyard at any given moment. Whether it's the apartment complex just a couple lots over that's 3 stories tall, or any of my 5 neighbors at any angle of my property with a direct window at my backyard. And so I don't know. I struggle with your request, Councilmember, for the window, and I don't mean to get into this here, but I just wanted to share that with you where I'm at with this. I like the plan as written. I think the 16-foot height makes a lot of sense. I struggled that a little bit, Dan, but I think that does make sense to help accommodate to the needs of a neighbor adjacent to that parcel. But I just think that this is a great plan. I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say about it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dan, for the presentation. So several years ago, my business had a downturn and I had to turn part of my house into an interior ADU. So, I have firsthand experience as to how much this really affected my family in a positive way. I don't know what would have happened if I couldn't do that. So I am a big proponent of ADUs. And we are all on 1 meter, and I think it's been 3 years and I've not had any trouble with that. So I want to throw that out there. I am wondering how we will monitor the ADU. Like if they take the incentive, how do we monitor that it's not turning into a vacation rental?
Sure, Mayor, members of council. It's getting easier with our recent software to monitor the ADU provision, as it talks about the, can't be rendered for less than 30 days. It is a complaint based, obviously, although I don't know if Jack's online, he may be able to answer a little bit better how our software works now that we are able to monitor those. And once we do find out about them, they are required to get licenses. And when we do review those licenses, we can review it against our records if whether or not they have an ADU or not.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll go on the record saying that I look forward to moving this ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dan. I too am a supporter of ADUs, and and my dog would pick right now to start barking. I'd be okay unless I hear some compelling reason not to, but I'd be okay to allow the owner of the building to rent both of the dwellings. I very much want to see some kind of provision to preclude short-term rentals. That is very important to me. And I think that allowing 1 meter is a positive thing, especially since I think you said a separate meter is roughly $13,000. So yeah, I am in support of this, and I am so grateful to you, staff, for bringing this to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I can respond to both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Sweet. We do have a contracted service lodging reps. We reached agreement with them, I believe, earlier this year or last year, rather, and they are providing short-term rental inventory and ultimately compliance for the city. So that mechanism is in place. These are not the sorts of the monitoring and compliance check with regard to short-term rentals is not something we can do internally without bolstering our staffing and other resources. So we went outside on this and did so successfully. So that mechanism is in place, and we have assurance over time that we'll be able to stay on top of short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I did have one question regarding the 16 feet. Is that going to preclude people from being able to for example, lift their roof on their garage to put up a dwelling above their garage? And what are the regulations on that?
Sure, Mayor, members of council, the current requirement on a garage is 16 feet already. So if they're in the setback, they could not expand it greater than 16 feet.
Okay.
Right. So that's the current requirement right now. If they're within the required setbacks, or I call say within their allowable building envelope, they can then go to 24 feet if it's detached. If it's attached, they can go to height of the zone.
Okay, gotcha. So this isn't going to be more restrictive on the individual from doing that with this current plan than it is right now. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct. It actually is less restrictive from that point of view. So.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. Well, my 2 cents is that, yeah, I'm not concerned with the water meter issue. I mean, when I lived in San Francisco for college, it was 6 apartments shared the same water meter. So it's not an uncommon thing and can be worked out between tenants. I am a little concerned with just the 30 days on the Airbnbs, because I do see advertisements on Airbnb for 30-day minimum for renting a property. But is that pretty well set in stone as the standard all over, that we wouldn't be able to really do, hey, 60 days, something to that effect?
And that, Mayor, members of council, in all the communities I've worked in, 30 days is pretty standard, and that did get confirmation from management services. That is where our tax structure turns.
Okay, so then that's, yeah, consistent. I will, aside from that, say that regarding the setback and the windows, I don't see why we would need to restrict the ability to have windows in the ADU. I mean, it's the equivalent of somebody standing in their backyard for the same view shed of the neighbors. So I'm not as concerned about that aspect. Aside from that, I think, yeah, I'm good with seeing this moving forward. So I think does that give enough direction to you, Mr. Seimer and Clifton?
Mayor, members of council, if I may summarize that, it sounds like, if I'm correct, that we are on board with the code amendments. There is support for removing the restrictive covenant, provided that there is some type of mechanism that precludes the short-term rental. And I did not hear a majority regarding the windows adjacent to the rear property line. Is that correct?
That's what I gathered, unless council has any further comments, and then we can move right along.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Seimer. All right, well, let's keep on trucking here. We're down to agenda item number 11. That's the update discussion on the City of Flagstaff Downtown Library ADA entrance project. Mr. Tolman, or whoever may be presenting today.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Jeremy DeGator. I am the project manager in the Capital Improvements Program here at the City of Flagstaff. And today, myself and Jana Weldon, the Beautification and Arts and Science Project Administrator, and myself will be presenting an update on the Library ADA project. We're here today on behalf of the larger project design team, which includes Jared Tolman, Library Director, Eliza Kretzman in Economic Vitality, Maria Salinger, the selected artist who is incorporating her art piece into this larger project, and the WLB group, who's our design consultant. A quick outline of our presentation today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the project background and the design team's approach to the project. And then we're going to talk through some of our site constraints and so on. And then we'll dive into the concept plans that we have to present for your consideration today. We'll also talk a little bit about parking and some tree impacts and other impacts that may go along with rearranging some of the parking. We have a list of renderings for you to view that will help hopefully clarify the discussion, provide different views of the different alternatives that we're presenting. And then we'll open this up to feedback on the different designs. We'll open up that discussion to council. Once we've wrapped up that discussion, then Jana will come on and present an update on the preliminary art concept, which is a smaller but integral portion of this project. A little bit about the project background. This project's been going on for quite some time. Back in 2020, the project went through a bit of a reset due to a significant amount of staff turnover. During this time, we kind of went back to the drawing board. We re-engaged with the earlier concept plans that had already been done. We engaged with the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living at that point. We wanted to make sure that we had a robust stakeholder engagement. And as part of those early conversations with the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, we got some feedback to challenge us to do better and to adapt a more inclusive or universal design for the overall entrance project. A little bit about universal design. Universal design attempts to combine accessible design along with usable spaces and just an inclusive overall approach. This is creating a space and resource that can be used equally by all users, regardless of their abilities. Many of you are familiar with what a traditional accessible design looks like. It typically looks like a set of stairs leading up to the front door of a facility for those of us that are able to use stairs. And then off to the side somewhere there is a handicap ramp, some other facility, some other infrastructure that could get someone with a disability into the building. As you can see, just by that basic description, you can see that these are exclusionary type approaches. And this universal design really looks to pull this all together and creates an overall approach and design that can be used by everyone, regardless of their ability. As I mentioned, we wanted to make sure we did a robust stakeholder engagement. It began with our outreach to the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. We've met with them multiple times. And as I mentioned, some of our early concepts that we presented were accessible, but really didn't capture that universal design. And so they challenged us to do better. At that point, we reached out to a bunch of community and NAU experts on universal design. We held a meeting and ultimately ended up taking a tour of some local examples, including some here on the NAU campus. This is a project, it's an ADA project, but it is being funded by BBB or beautification funds. And so we did go to the Beautification and Public Arts Commission, or BPAC. We presented concepts to them twice, and we've got their approval and recommendations that I'll share with you later on the current designs that you'll see in just a short bit. We have visited the library board and updated them as we work through this design process. And then finally, as this was largely directed towards the library entrance art component, which you'll hear more about at the end of the presentation, but we did conduct a public survey to ask the community for feedback on how they connect to the library, how they connect to Flagstaff, and then just general feedback on the type and feel. And it really was intended as a way for the artist to help her in her visioning efforts and so on as she developed her conceptual art. But the larger design group used this as a way to help inform our own decisions and priorities as we work through the designs. So we're here tonight and we're asking for your input. We would like your help in selecting a preferred concept. You're going to see two primary concepts tonight. A secondary item will be asking for some feedback on some of the parking arrangements. Our original plans included rearranging the parking. We're moving the ADA spaces from their current location to the eastern side across from Wheeler Park and fronting on the Rio de Flag. And this has impacts on the existing landscape islands and trees. And so we want to talk through about some of that. And then finally, there's a stair alternative, which I will point out when we actually get there. Before we dive into the concepts, we're going to pause and just take a quick walk through some of the existing conditions and site constraints that have really driven us to the concepts that we've arrived at today. So this is a picture of our existing conditions. The existing ADA ramp, at the end of the day, this is this ADA ramp project. This is the existing ADA ramp located on the western side of the existing library entrance. It is not ADA compliant. The ramp is too steep, and so it requires us to replace it. Due to the elevation changes between Aspen Avenue and the existing parking lot over along Rio de Flag here, which we have over 5 feet from the parking lot to the library entrance interior elevation, and over 6 feet from the Aspen Avenue sidewalk up to the library entrance. These dictate that we will not be able to do as we are currently demonstrating with our current ADA ramp, we cannot do this in a straight ramp up and into the building. We will have to have some form of switchback, double back, turns, and so on. Further complicating this is that we have multiple entrances. We've got users coming from the parking lot on the east side. We've got users coming from the east, from downtown on the parking lot, either from Wheeler Park or the NAPTA bus station and so on. And then furthermore, we've even got some users coming from the western end. So we have multiple entrances to try to get our patrons up and into the library entrance. So this leads to the next domino in our design decision. Because of the required switchbacks, we can't do straight ramps or sidewalks, pathways into the building. This increases our footprint substantially. This causes us to have to impact the existing trees in front of the existing library entrance. You may be aware that 2 of these trees are more memorial trees. This tree here on the northern side of the existing ADA spaces is Mary Jo Jenkins Memorial Tree. This tree directly behind the existing library entrance side is John Wall's Memorial Tree. We have contacted both of the families associated with these memorial trees, and we've gotten their blessings to remove and relocate these trees as necessary within the larger library entrance design project here. So we've gotten their permission to relocate these trees as needed to accommodate the new ramp design. Another thing I will point out is due to those site constraints that I just mentioned, whether it be the elevation changes from the street to the library entrance or the need for the switchbacks and so on, we cannot save the trees in their current locations and meet ADA requirements. One other thing that I want to point out while we're looking at this is early on in design, the design team really looked at this overall entrance, and the library building is quite attractive. It's got a very pleasing aesthetic. It's got a beautiful stone arches here at the open portico. We've got the beautiful Malapai stonework. The patterns here around the windows are inspired by Navajo or Diné rug designs. And so we really wanted to open this up, create this front porch feel and draw in the community and allow them to really feel connected to one of our community's most important resources. And so with that in mind, as I mentioned, to open this up visually, we will be incorporating trees within the new design, but we really want to use them more in a framing aspect, which would be to locate them more along the outside edges and open up visually to the front of this thing, or to the front entrance of the library. And so with that in mind, you'll see the first concept that we have come up with. This is a plan view, so we're looking directly down on this. Aspen Avenue is here along at the south to the bottom. We've got the existing parking lot over to the east, and then the library is to the north and west. As I mentioned earlier, we were not able to do any of the pathways or ramp design in a single straight shot. ADA requirements, a ramp is defined by ADA requirements as an 8% slope max. To visualize this is roughly a 1-foot vertical rise over a 12-foot horizontal rise. Ramps require landings at regular intervals. They require handrails along the sides of them. An alternative that is very popular in universal design is what's called a gently sloping sidewalk or pathway. Gently sloping sidewalks are significantly less steep. Their maximum slope is 5%. To put that in perspective, that is a 1-foot rise over a 20-foot horizontal run. All of the pathways that you're going to see here today are going to be gently sloping pathways or sidewalks. I'll try to avoid the use of the term ramps because we do not have any technical ramps in this design. So I'm just going to walk you real quickly through how this layout works. For our patrons who have parked in the library entrance parking lot here, the ADA parking spaces will be located directly across from this area here. They would enter the pathway system here, walk up and around, join with the lower pathway system, and up and into the library entrance. For users coming from downtown City Hall, the NAPTA bus stop, they'll walk across the existing driveway entrance, up into the sloping pathways, and then up around, joining with the other patrons and up and into the library entrance. Another, as we said, one of the tenets of universal design is creating these spaces and resources that are used by everyone. So that really pushes us to de-emphasize or flat out eliminate stairs wherever possible. You'll notice there is a small set of stairs here on the very northern end. This is primarily due just to egress requirements to have the quickest possible path out of the building. And we do have a small set of stairs here on the southwest corner for patrons who are able to use them coming from the western side of downtown. But overall, we've really tried to eliminate or de-emphasize those stairs. These will not be very large, and based on how the layout works here, we will really be trying to create an inviting, open, wide pathway that will draw people into and up into the library. Another thing to point out here is this, as I mentioned earlier, trying to create a front porch, trying to create a resource or civic space that can be used by the community at large, whether it's simply to meet a friend at the library and talk about the latest news, or whether or not this is possibly a space that could be used for library staff to conduct some outdoor programming when maybe a school comes to visit. The possibilities are endless. Currently, there's no real gathering space outdoors. So this is currently what we have here is a civic space. We're showing chairs and tables, mostly as placeholders, just to give you an idea of how large this space actually is from a usable sense. One other thing I wanted to point out is, as I mentioned, gently sloping sidewalks do not require any handrails. That was one thing that we would like to eliminate where we can. When we presented this to the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, they strongly felt that handrails were still very important. While they may not be required, they are very helpful for those of us that may need an extra bit of support while walking up these gently sloping pathways and so on. So we have selectively placed handrails along the edges of some of these pathways, and they serve dual purposes. Some of these will be used for support, and then some of these also get to an underlying tension that exists between those of us that are fully able to go up and down stairs and our natural inclination to get between point A and point B in as straight a line as possible. As you can see, to use these pathways, you will have to do a certain amount of extra distance to get up into the library entrance. To put this in perspective, for example, if it took approximately 100 feet to enter from Aspen Avenue directly into the library entrance, to use these sloping pathways would be just over 200 feet. So just over double the length that you would have to traverse to enter the library. And similar for people entering from the parking lots. Again, getting back to what I said, this is a bit of tension. We want to go in the straightest line possible. So the handrails serve dual purposes. Not only do they provide support, but they also help to discourage cut-through traffic through these hatched areas here, which aren't showing anything, which will be landscaped. These handrails do serve to cut down on the informal pathways forming, just cut-through traffic in general. And so we've selectively placed them to help with that aspect. This is a simple rendering, which gives you an idea of what this pathway layout will look like, including where the handrails would be and so on. We got some initial feedback when we first presented some of these, certainly about, what could we do to preserve any of the trees, including the memorial trees in front of the library entrance. And so we went back to the drawing board and, we consulted with Parks about the existing trees there, looking at the elevations and tried to identify if there were any trees that were were suitable or in a place where we could adjust things to make it work. And we're happy to say that we were able to come up with this concept number 2, which really revolves around the ability to be able to save the John Wall memorial tree and existing library sign down here at the entrance. There's a few important points to make here. Certainly, if this was the selected concept, we will take all precautions necessary to protect that tree in place. But we did, during our consultations with park staff and arborists, did determine that it's a pinyon pine, which is not suited for transplant or being relocated. If we needed to move it, it would need to be replaced. And so it's also not very friendly when it comes to disturbance. So as you can notice, we will be building some walls and some pathways in close proximity to this tree. So even with our best efforts, it is possible that we will impact this tree, leading to its eventual replacement. One other thing to point out is, as we mentioned earlier, our initial idea was to open up the front entrance and move our trees to be more on the side and creating a framing effect and drawing people into this new front porch feel of the entrance. This tree is still relatively young here, and it will grow to be approximately 20 feet wide and roughly 30 feet tall, and will eventually have a pretty significant visual effect on the front entrance. And so we just present that for consideration. Now, for the actual design, not much has changed here. Really, all the changes happened right along Aspen Avenue. A few highlights. We've eliminated the stairway here. The reason we did this is because this sloping pathway is now entered here. It's more of what we would call a mid-block entry. And so users from the west and east have similar path travels that they have to take to enter the entrance. So we felt it appropriate to eliminate this set of stairs here, which has gained it, some favor when it comes to the universal design. Otherwise, to the north here, pretty much everything stays the same. All of our pathway slopes are less than 5%, so we're still meeting our gently sloping sidewalk requirements, and the handrails largely stay in a similar position. This is our simple rendering of concept number 2. A few things I want to point out here are that this is a very simple rendering, and you're going to see multiple different views of this type of rendering. And for this conversation, the real point here is just to look at how the sloping pathways operate and how the entrance overall will work. We've added the turf grass green here just to show you where the landscaping opportunities will be. As I mentioned before, we're going to be impacting trees at the entrance. Any trees that are existing now will be, while they won't be the same tree, we will replace with another tree. So we will not lose trees overall as this project progresses. Just a quick refresher again on what those existing conditions are. We have Mary Jo Jenkins tree, John Wall's tree. The only tree in front of the library entrance that's a real candidate for potentially saving its current location is John Wall's tree. The 2 trees here that are not memorial trees in consultations with park staff are either not conducive to the level of trimming and pruning that would be needed, or they have low multiple branch trunks, and or they're located too close to the building and are actually at some point will start to cause problems either to the foundation or the building itself. The next item that we wanted to talk about was parking. So originally, as I mentioned, we moved the 2 existing ADA spaces from their current location to a point located directly east of where our walkway entrance will be. We've actually added an additional ADA space, so we will have 3 ADA spaces in the new parking configuration. We're achieving some of this by reimagining the existing landscape islands and trees that exist along the Rio de Flag as it is today. One of the impacts of that initial design was causing this tree here to be, which I'll go back to, this is the Rocky Mountain ash tree. In our consultations with park staff, they indicated that this was, if any tree on this site that we were going to impact were to be saved, this would be the tree to save. It's a quite beautiful specimen. It's well established, and it's the one that we should save if we're going to save any. It has some impacts as it relates to parking. That tree is located here. You can see our original plan was to downsize the landscape island, plant new trees in the new landscape islands in here. And we were hoping to add an additional 2 parking spaces above the current capacity. As Parks recommended, this may be a candidate for saving, and we're here today to ask opinions on whether we would. It's always a tough decision to prefer parking over trees or vice versa, but that's the question at hand. If we choose to save the tree, the Rocky Mountain ash tree as it exists today, we would forego those additional 2 parking spaces. We have identified an additional spot here to where if we add this back, I did misspeak earlier, we would not have added an additional 2 spaces. One of those was already taken up with the ADA space. If we remove the tree and add 2 spaces here and here, we would have a net gain of 2. If we remove these 2 spaces and save the tree, we will have a net neutral. We will still gain 1 ADA space, but we will have a net neutral on the overall parking spaces. And so that is going to be one of the discussion items that we asked for some feedback on. And now I present a conceptual rendering of what the landscaped version of concept number 1 would be. As I mentioned, the previous rendering that you saw was very simple and was really focused on trying to make it very obvious how the pathway system would work. In this case, we've added in some rendering of our early conceptual landscape designs where we've incorporated some trees, again, more in the framing aspect. We don't have a finalized landscape plan at this point, but we are looking to incorporate native grasses and shrubs, certainly with an eye towards xeriscape or low maintenance, low water needs, and so on. Utilizing trees as needed, we will certainly have as many trees or more as currently exist in front of the library today. But this gives you a good idea of what this is going to look like. This is a quick preview of the conceptual art you're going to see in a few minutes. It just gives you an idea of how this overall community space front porch that we're trying to achieve would look like. The handrails at this point are envisioned sort of as a foot fencing inspired handrail, so some kind of rusted steel handrail. Moving into a similar view, again, back to that simple, just to give you an idea of how the ramps will work themselves. The more polished conceptual landscaping view for concept number 2. As you can see, we've been able to save the John Wall Memorial Tree and the sign in its existing location. We've moved this pathway entrance to more of a mid-block entry here. We've relocated some of the landscaping opportunities here and still created an overall very soft feel. But there has been some visual impact from this tree, and this tree will likely more than double in size, ultimately needing to be pruned at some point to avoid encroaching on pathways and so on. Certainly the art that you're seeing here, which Janet will go into detail on, has also been relocated. Another similar simplified view of concept number 2, which preserves the memorial tree in its current location. So we're just going to run through quickly some different views of the different concepts so that you can see some slight subtle differences as it relates to the 2 concepts. Again, we can see the visual impact and certainly what the visual impact of this tree over time will be. From the northern, this is standing in the northern library parking lot looking at the northern entry. There's no real difference here. As I mentioned earlier, the primary differences are all happening along Aspen Avenue. Standing at the driveway entrance, looking towards the entrance, And for this one, we're standing across Aspen Avenue looking back towards the library entrance. The primary things to point out here are that we really have two entrances. We've got the walkway entrance is over here by the driveway, and there is an additional stair off to the side. Whereas on the concept 2, saving that memorial tree, we move to this mid-block entry, eliminate a set of stairs, and all users would use the same entrance. The stairs alternative that I briefly mentioned earlier, this is the set of stairs that we're talking about. We have taken these concepts to multiple groups, as I mentioned earlier. We have been to the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, been to BPAC, and also the Library Board. As I mentioned even earlier, the universal design, we really try to eliminate stairs wherever possible or de-emphasize them. It was requested for us to add a potential stairs connection from this lower pathway up to this Civic Plaza front porch area. This was not the recommended alternative from BPAC and the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. However, was the recommended path forward from the Library Board. There's a few impacts here. Again, this will de-emphasize everyone using the same pathways, and it will impact the usable space of the Civic Plaza up here, as a clear open pathway will need to be maintained. So it will minimize what area can be used for chairs and other seating and so on. And so this is another rendering. This is showing concept number 2 with that stair alternative, whether or not we add it or don't. Again, as we have gone through the commission to the different commissions, concept number 2 for its additional bonuses for universal design, this mid-block entry, eliminating the set of stairs on the western side, and this mid-block entry has become a front runner for many. And it early on was suggested that we keep concept 2, but actually remove the memorial tree and relocate it to another spot off to more of a framing situation. This is actually the recommended alternative for ramp or for walkway pathway layouts coming from Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living and from BPAC. So this is a quick rendering of what that would look like removing the memorial tree. We're not showing it relocated here, but it would be, again, more along the outside edges here as opposed to in the center. As for next steps, we will continue to fill in the details. We will go through the concept plan approval process here. This is our interdepartmental staff process here at the city. This is, as many of you know, this is where a bunch of different departments get together, including planning, building and safety, parks, public works, engineering, and so on. And they look at the project and our conceptual plans through their own lenses and provide feedback to ensure that we're in compliance with our zoning code and our engineering standards and so on. We will continue to update the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living as we move through this design phase, and also the BPAC Commission as well. We'll update the Library Board, and we will continue through, once we get through concept plan approval, we will move into construction documents. And if all goes well, we would like to break ground later this year, but if that does not work out, we would be shooting for early 2022 to break ground and complete the project. So just going back to what we're looking for feedback from City Council today. We're looking for your help to select a preferred concept. We've presented ultimately 3 concepts. Concept number 1, which we removed all the memorial trees and we had the pathway going all the way to the driveway entrance. Concept number 2, which saves the existing library sign and the memorial tree. The recommended alternative from BPAC and the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living was to select concept 2, but actually remove the tree itself. Concept 2 was a favorite also of the Library Board. The parking alternatives, the option is to save the Rocky Mountain ash tree and forego any additional overall parking spaces. We would still add one additional ADA space. And then finally, the stairs connection from the lower pathway up to the Civics Plaza above. Again, recap on that one. Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living and BPAC have both recommended not adding those stairs because they feel it does detract from our universal design tenets. The library board has requested that we add them. At this point, I'm going to just turn it over to my team to see if there's any further clarifications or anything that I might have missed in my presentation. And if not, we will be opening this up to council discussion, and we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you much. This was very thorough, and I really appreciate all the visualizations. It makes it very helpful. So I'm gonna go with concept 2, keeping the memorial tree, and I'd like to keep the old growth tree and forgo the 2 parking spots on at the library. So we basically keep the trees. Also, don't. I'm in favor of not adding the stairs on. Passing around along here, Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in right after you because I just want to echo exactly the same sentiments. I really like that public patio up there, and I think we should tuck it away as much as possible behind some foliage or some other trees or shrubs, and limit the access so no stairs on that side, and make that space sort of a nice little hideaway up there. Otherwise, generally really liking the concepts, and can't wait to see what it looks like with some really nice landscaping, and after a couple of years when things have fleshed out a little bit on there. Would much rather keep the trees than the parking spaces as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I actually studied universal design at NAU under Chris Lanterman, and I have a degree in special education. And I just love that concept and that approach to design. I think it makes the most sense in the world, and I really appreciate that approach being taken here. Mayor, I'm right there with you and Councilmember Aslan. I support concept 2 with the memorial tree and the sign. I think that we don't need stairs as well. And in terms of the parking, I was curious to hear what council thinks. I guess I'm not fully clear on what it is I think we should do. And lastly, I'll just say I just want to express gratitude to the Commission of Inclusion and Adaptive Living, to BPAC, and to the Library Board for all their work on this topic with leadership and staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you. I will say that I have pushed my wife up that ramp and down that ramp in her wheelchair, and it is way too steep. So this is a really good improvement overall. Specifically, I support concept 2, and I would like to save the memorial tree. I don't know if it should be right in back of that sign or if it should be up next to the building, but one way or the other, save it. As far as the ash tree on the east side in the parking lot, I will say save that tree. And as far as stairs, I'm going to throw out something that I don't think we've discussed really. And of course, we're talking about the stairs on the southwest corner. We were given the option of stairs from the sidewalk up to the switchback, and then more stairs up to the plaza area. What I would suggest is that we do include the stairs from the sidewalk to the switchback, the first set to the south, because that makes it way easier for fully capable people to get in. But do not put the stairs up into the plaza way so that the fully able people could go up like 3 steps to get to the first switchback, and then they could go kind of to the east and pick up the next switchback, but would not be able to take a shortcut through the plaza area. So that's my specific suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Mayor.
Jeremy, you had a comment. Did you want to add something on there? Sorry to cut you off.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I did want to clarify. I just want to make sure I was clear enough. So for concept 2, either version of concept 2 would involve saving a memorial tree. The question really becomes whether we save the existing memorial tree in its existing location, or if we remove and replace it somewhere else within the design. So it's more about its existing placement, so to speak. And then finally, to the comment on stairs, as far as it relates to the plaza, if we don't add the stairs, we did not show any handrail or landscape treatments or whatever, but we will apply either a handrail, a seat wall, or something that would discourage cut-through traffic along that southern edge of that plaza through the landscaping.
Can I?
Yep.
May I follow up, Mr. Deasy?
Of course.
So my suggestion is that we include the stairs right next to the sidewalk, but not into the plaza way, because that will leave the plaza area more as a cul-de-sac, so to speak, and so people wouldn't be walking through there. So I would ask the other council members if they would weigh in on my proposal to have some of the stairs, but not all of the stairs that are shown. Jeremy, could you bring up the drawing that shows the stairs? There you go. So I would suggest the stairs right from the sidewalk, but up there on the top where that guy is standing, I would say do not include those stairs. So that's a different option than what has been talked about. So I would ask the other council members to weigh in on my idea, if they would accept that, or if they would just say, hey, no stairs, end of discussion. And of course, we're all understanding that the stairs on the north end would be there under all proposals. Okay, I'll shut up.
All right. Yes, and then so we'd have the lower stairs of that, but not the higher stairs. So we'd have the plaza is what you're going for. I'll let Councilmember Sweet weigh in.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I'll go down my list here. I love the front porch concept. I think that is perfect. And I like concept 2. I would like to keep the memorial tree where it's located. And I'm not interested in adding any more stairs. I actually really do love the universal design concept and would like to stick with that. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeremy. I also like concept 2, and understanding that the 2 memorial trees will be located on the ground somewhere. I could go either way with keeping the existing tree behind the sign or moving the trees somewhere else. And I also like this design without the stairs, because that entrance off of Aspen, it's just a really beautiful entrance, and I think it can accommodate everyone. And in terms of the parking, I think I would need to see that again. Okay, so can you refresh my memory about, even though you just talked about this, the parking situation?
Certainly, Vice Mayor, thank you. So the original underlying parking that you're seeing was our original proposed layout. It would have removed the tree that I just highlighted. So this outlined tree here would go away. It would have been replaced by a smaller tree in a smaller landscape island. If we want to save that tree, that existing Rocky Mountain ash tree, because of the existing root structure and so on that exists under that tree, we would have to forego these 2 trees or these 2 parking spaces directly under the existing tree. So effectively, we did identify a spot to add an additional tree or additional space, but ultimately this would leave us at a net neutral. If we decide to save the tree, we will have an overall neutral number of parking spaces. We won't go up, we won't go down. We will add the 1 ADA space here. One thing I will point out is we are working with sustainability to work on getting APS charging stations along this eastern edge. So stay tuned, that will be coming to council at some point. And then the other option, as I mentioned, would be if we remove that tree, we would be able to gain some additional regular parking spaces above and beyond just the 1 ADA space.
Okay, so how many ADA spaces total?
3. We currently have 2. We will have 3.
Okay. I like trees more than parking in general, and so if it's possible to save the tree, I say that would be my preference.
Okay. And again, we won't lose parking that way. We just won't gain any.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan, comment?
I wanted to provide Councilmember McCarthy the answer he was respectfully asking for. I'm okay either way. If we do put some stairs down there, I would want to not extend it all the way up onto the patio. I really love the idea of that patio sort of being a little courtyard or dead end there, or a little, quiet space at the end of the maze. I wanted to bring up a totally new idea that I think would be easy to incorporate, so nobody panic. But we have all this extra rampway now, or this extra sidewalk space. I don't want to call it a ramp. I'm wondering if we can put something interpretive there that we haven't had the opportunity to before because of the limited space. And I'm thinking, something like a timeline. Those things are always really fun and interesting, and a library seems like an appropriate space for some sort of interpretive display like that. Either something about the history of Flagstaff, or maybe the history of that site. I know it was originally a school, I think. There's some other history around it for the Black community as well. Or maybe we could partner with Lowell and do something about the distances between the planets and the solar system as you, representationally walk from one end of these ramps to the other. We could have a lot of fun. I think the Buffalo Soldiers have a history there somehow. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, but could be kind of cool to put something, some metal work in the ground there that offers people a bit of a lesson on their long journey from the street to the library entrance. Just a thought.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, and we're gonna get a little more into the art here as well. So I like your ideas. Where were we at? And I guess just to clarify, Jeremy, so we have this on record that if the memorial tree is moved, it's not going to be the same tree itself. That is it. We're incapable of actually moving the actual tree. It would have to be replaced with a new tree.
Correct. That tree is not a suitable candidate for transplanting, so we would have to plant a new tree to replace it.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to weigh in on the parking. I would like to keep the Rocky Mountain ash tree. Thank you.
All right. Thank you much. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just address Councilmember McCarthy's request. I appreciate the idea. I like it the way it is without the stairs in the design. I think that the concept too, as we're seeing right now, with the entrance being kind of partway between the edge of the parcel and where the stairs were going to be, makes sense to me. And I like that it's a universal approach where we're all walking on that same path together, or getting from A to B on that same path as residents. And Councilmember Aslan, I love that idea. That is awesome. I really appreciate you bringing that up. If there is history with the Buffalo Soldiers here, I think that's extremely interesting to me. The Buffalo Soldiers was a big talking point at the Live Black Experience community conversations that were had over the past year. And if we can integrate any kind of, history about the Buffalo Soldiers, that'd be awesome. And then I know that there's a bunch of memorabilia floating across the nation from Flagstaff's Buffalo Soldiers history that maybe we can even track down. Jeremy, I hate to add this to your workload, but if that is at all something that is possible in integrating into the design of the space, and maybe getting some of those historical items back and featuring them almost like a small display, I just think that'd be so awesome. Those are my thoughts. And yeah, let me know if I can help with any of that if we decide to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be going over the art ideas here in just a minute. Councilman McCarthy, you had a comment?
Yeah, just to follow up, I want to thank the council for considering my idea about stairs. It sounds like there's a consensus to not add any stairs on the south, and I'm totally comfortable with that. And as I think about this, I realize that instead of putting concrete there, we can put some kind of landscaping there. So that probably is the best decision. So, but anyway, thanks for the discussion on that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, that gives Stan. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but that gives clear direction on the concept planning for staff.
Yes, I just wanted to, city manager, just to be clear, we like concept number 2, no stairs on the southern end, or certainly no stairs to connecting to the plaza, and keep the memorial tree and keep the ash tree in the parking lot. The memorial tree in its current location, we're not relocating it somewhere else.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
I think with that, we'll turn it over to Jana for the next phase of the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, my name is Jana Weldon, and my position with the city is the Beautification Arts and Science Project Administrator. That's the longest title in the city, by the way. I will be presenting the preliminary art concept of Maria Salinger, the principal artist for Jones Studio. I have changed the order of the last few slides and labels than that which you received in your package to align them more properly with the rest of the presentation, but the substance is exactly the same. It remains unchanged. Next. I will go over the background, the process of how we got to the approved preliminary art concept that includes community input and community responses. Then I will review the art concept itself, its inspiration, how it fits into the entry plaza design, the materials, and some color options. Next. Eliza, it's not moving. I'm sorry.
It is on our end, Jana, or my end. This is Heidi, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine then. As long as you guys are seeing it, it just wasn't moving on mine. That's fine.
We'll have her try it again.
Okay. Oops. Okay. Thanks. That's the next one. Great. It's been exciting to have Maria on the early stages of the design. Council approved this approach with awarding a design team contract in December. By being involved in all aspects of the design, Maria has been able to have her art features organically weave into the entry plaza. Next. We start our public input with the recommendation of the artist by having strong community stakeholders on the selection panel. But we don't stop there. We have community input at key points in the early design. I will go into these individually. Next. We had 7 members on the selection panel, the maximum allowed by the procurement in a formal request for qualifications. We drew from representative stakeholders. We drew from the library boards, beautification and public art commission, and a downtown business owner who is also an artist. Next. We conducted a community survey and received 176 responses. Rather than have the people state what type of art they desired, we had the stakeholders explore how they felt about the area in an imaginative way. This type of input produced more storytelling and riches for the artists to draw from. Next. The artists produced a few preliminary concepts, and staff created focus groups to give the artists feedback. We included our selection panel, but expanded. A total of 19 focus group members participated. And I really want to thank the library staff because they gave us access to their patron listserv, and we were able to add 3 self-selecting library patrons, and they were very fun on the panels. Next. The preliminary concept you are going to see received an overwhelming positive response. These are the numeric ratings from the focus groups. The focus groups also answered written questions that aren't included on this slide. But from these, you can see that the focus groups overwhelmingly felt that this preliminary concept will create a pleasing and welcoming space for the library, with most participants giving the highest rating for that inquiry. Also very strong is that they feel the concept connects to the library. Based on these responses and their own perception of the concept, the Beautification and Public Art Commission unanimously approved the preliminary art concept that you are seeing tonight. Next. As I go through the preliminary concept, please keep in mind that it is not finished. It means you're going to see drawings and not a finished model and actual materials. There are aspects not yet developed. There's room to incorporate concerns and to incorporate support about what is working into the final development. Next. We gave Maria the goal of creating a feature that would be site-specific to this new ADA entry plaza. We asked her to amplify the inclusivity of the sloping sidewalk design, include a donor feature, be reflective of what the library is to the community, and connect the artwork to the library and to Flagstaff. Next. The artist began her process with an overview of where the library sits in the community, the connection to City Hall, Wheeler Park, and downtown. Next. She looked at the original architectural rendering, with the entrance being open and the architectural features prominent. Next. The stoneway archway, the window design inspired by Dene blanket designs in stone, the light in the entry casting line shadows, the warmth of the hearth fireplaces, and the woodwork in the ceiling all spoke to the artist. Next. And the artist's first steps were to take stock of the existing conditions. Next. Early on, she created this sketch to guide her. She included a front porch for connectivity. She put in landscape that framed so that the view of the entry arches and stonework would emerge, and included grasses that would soften the impact of the concrete. These were the starting points, quite a few number of months ago that she worked with to conceive her art features. Next. And the 176 responses from the community survey spoke to Maria. Here are some of the defining phrases that she drew out. Something inspiring, evocative, a central community space, pleasure and connectivity, integrating the natural environment, the science community, and the ability to experience and use the entry inclusively. Next. In its essence, the preliminary art concept is an open book sculpture meandering the pathway. Next. It is a series, formally of interlocking steel plates. Some on the pathway handrail system will be 9 inches tall. Some within the landscape areas will be twice that. None will be in a pathway or on the plaza front porch. They will be raised to enjoy closer to eye level and to avoid tripping hazards. Also, when attached to the handrail, they will be offset so the handrail can serve its function. Next. The covers of the books will have patterns. The patterns will be achieved by cutouts in the metal. The patterns themselves are not yet determined and will be part of the design development. The artist, though, will draw her inspiration from, next, the stars, as seen by the First Nations peoples, the scientists at Lowell's, and everyone, and from the dark skies legacy that Flagstaff initiated. Inspiration will come from the rail patterns, from Route 66 landmarks, from the patterns of the Foots trails, and the Arizona Trail, which was the inspiration of a Flagstaff teacher. They will come from the patterns of sunflowers that so resemble the patterns of sunspots, from the ponderosa pine and the seed pods that float up as high as the top of Humphreys. The white dandelion you see in the bottom left corner greeted a colleague of the artist when he reached the top portion on a hike. Next. Hence, the art concept is about uniting the patrons of the library with the rhythms of the local nature, history, science, writing, and visual art. A patron will encounter the art along the pathway, impressing connectivity amongst the natural, the cultural, with highlights of patron support and an interactive component. Next. Here's the plaza from a bird's eye view from over the entrance. Area 1 is the front porch, 2 is along Aspen, and 3 is the last leg of the approach up. Next. In the landscape around the front porch, where there will be seating, the book sculptures will be about 18 inches and will be on poles so that the bottom of the sculptures correspond with the top edge of the plantings. The cut patterns will cast shadows in the day. To complement, the artist is proposing inscribing words within the plaza. Her initial idea is to use "meet me here, meet you here" to reference the community coming together in this space and how you meet yourself when you reflect, explore, learn, and create. All the things that the resources in the library call you to do. From our focus group feedback, we are already considering translations in Dene and Spanish. The space is limited, so long quotes would not work well visually. These words have been finalized yet. There have been many suggestions from focus group members, and we have solicited more feedback from the librarians. We will ask the artist to take all under consideration within her own artistic vision. Next. And there will also be lighting for the art pieces at night. Using narrow band amber lights within the books, the effect will be to create lanterns that have warmth and ambience that fits with the building, including those hearth fireplaces. The quality of light is also reminiscent of campfires and the light at sunset and sunrise. These lights embrace the dark skies legacy that Flagstaff initiated. And more than embraces, the artist has been working with the dark skies and compliance staff in planning and will submit the actual fixtures for approval. Next. So the next area is along Aspen on the handrail, but offset over the landscape. Next. Here, the pages of the sculptures are designed as mounting devices for changing exhibits. So Councilmember McCarthy's suggestion of some, maybe not in the sidewalk, but we could also incorporate some changing exhibitions on history here as well. So this can be changing exhibits of art facilitated by the library, schools, or community programs. The permanent sculpture units are mounted on the handrail approximately 18 inches apart. Next. And so in this open space between the units, temporary art pieces, both two-dimensional and three-dimensional works, can be mounted. These temporary works can be prints on cardboard backing that suspend between the permanent pages, or, as shown in the slide image, lightweight three-dimensional objects, kind of akin to origami or pop-up books or paper lanterns that infill the spaces in between. The artist is developing the details of this steel piece for easy mounting and dismounting of these types of temporary works. Next. We will now look at area 3, also mounted on the handrail, offset over a landscape area, again, to keep them out of the way and safe for everyone. But still visible kind of an eye level. Next, so the pages of the sculpture here can adapt to contain donor recognition as digital prints applied to the steel plates. So you can align it with an annual or seasonal fundraising event for the library, and the digital prints would be on a clear film backing that can be made and adhered to the plates containing donor names or personal sentiments, another form of ongoing community engagement in the piece. Next. A safety question was raised about how close the Aspen Avenue pages would be to the sidewalk. We are exploring this. Based on our initial answers, we do not think they have to be moved, but we're having a safety meeting tomorrow morning. If it is determined that it's too close to the sidewalk, because of the overhang, the artist would combine the community exhibition pages to the donor pages on the last leg of the approach. So the art would be in 2 areas rather than 3. Again, we don't think we have to move them, but we just wanted to let you know in case we do. Next. The colors considered for the sculpture are derived from the natural landscape, from the earth to the flowers, the sky, and distant mountain views covered in pine. Next. On the bottom, you see the rusted color of Corten steel. The others reflecting blue skies, the green of the ponderosa pine, and the yellow sunflowers, and sunflower yellow. The rusted color will accentuate the glow of the amber lighting. The artist is considering using some of the other colors as highlights. Next. Perhaps like this, where the Corten is dominant, but not exclusive. These options are still being explored and will be determined with input in design development. Next. So here you see in this rendering, concept 2, the art piece is depicted in Corten with colored accents. Next. Here is a close-up of the book sculpture in the landscape around the front porch. Next. Here's a close-up of the pages that would include the exhibitions at the Aspen entrance. This rendering doesn't show the cutouts or any, exhibition, materials. So you have to use your imagination a little bit. And next, and finally, the pages that can include donor recognition on the final approach. Next. And so that concludes my presentation. And obviously, I welcome your questions and discussion.
Thank you so much. This is really cool. Getting a little feedback here. Council, open it up for commentary, questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I meant to put a Q instead of a C because I have a question. Won't these sculptures interfere with the railing? And in the previous discussion, we were told that most of the people commenting felt that we needed the railing, but it looks like these sculptures are attached to the railing. Am I just saying it incorrectly? Thank you.
Yeah, not exactly. They are attached to the railing, but they're offset, so they'll kind of cantilever out and they'll be over the landscape. The exact attachments being designed now, but Eliza, I don't know if you can go back kind of to that very beginning sketch. So I'm trying to figure out what slide it is. It's near the very beginning. Yeah, so 19 or 18, yes. So you can see that you can still use it as a handrail and see how it kind of juts out, and then that part's over the landscape. So you can still use the rail.
Ah, yes, thank you.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I really like this concept. I think it's innovative and interesting. A couple comments, though. If we're going to put down English, Spanish, and Dene, I think we also ought to put down the Hopi language and possibly some of the other tribes in the area. Okay, I feel strongly about that. I do have a little bit of a concern similar to what Ms. Daggett said. If, I would have no problem navigating, getting my hand on that rail for security reasons. But I'm concerned if a blind person were reached out to it and they don't know exactly where it is, they might inadvertently run their hand into one of these steel pieces and possibly cut their hand. So I do have a little concern about that. I would suggest that you run that by the appropriate commission and have them take a second look at that. The other idea is, instead of having these be attached to the rail, which is a little bit hokey anyway, it might be a better idea to put the same basic concepts, but have them on posts in the landscaping. That's my idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My question might be a bit of a companion question to that of Councilmember McCarthy. I take note, I believe that these pages are of metal with cutouts. My question, and maybe it's one that could be advanced to the safety meeting tomorrow. Do we have sharp edges on these anywhere? Because the ones that are appended to the rail are certainly going to be within distance of touching. So not to sound like an alarmist, but something that came to mind as I was seeing it. The concept is beautiful, but I'm just wondering if we have safety concerns with the metal and the corners. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. We have already started to address that, and the artist is certainly aware of the sharp edges and has already proposed some solutions, but that is kind of part of the design development and getting in the details. Again, we have a primary safety meeting tomorrow, and these are the exact issues that we will be looking at. Obviously, we do not want any sharp edges, and there's ways to, treat the edges of steels so that, they are not sharp. And we'll obviously looking at the most aesthetic and, practical way to do so.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you again. I realized that I forgot to say that I really like this concept, and I think it will be a beautiful entryway into the library. Thank you.
I'll second that from what Vice Mayor said. So, Council, any other comments or questions regarding the art piece? Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think it would be appropriate to put this art on posts in the landscaping and not attach it to the guardrail. but that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also love the ideas and the design and the inspiration for the design. I'm open to it either being on the rail or on a post, whatever makes sense for safety. I'm open. I like Councilmember McCarthy's idea about integrating more of the different tribes' values or I'm not too sure the word I'm looking for. I know not all of the tribes have a written language, so we can't always use words, but maybe we can use symbolism, you know, and maybe we can also help to feature the 13 tribes that find this mountain and this land sacred in the region. So those would be my only concepts. I think that'd be a really good thing to integrate into the design, and I would appreciate that. Other than that, I love it, and I think it's really, really nice, and I'm looking forward to it moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I also do love this design, and I wanted to thank everyone who was involved in getting us this far. It has been a long process. I'm on the BPAC Commission. They've been working very hard on this, as well as everyone else involved, so thank you very much with that. And I like Councilmember McCarthy's thoughts on the posts versus the handrail. As it sits, I would like to entertain the post idea. Maybe as the concept moves further, I might change my mind, but I think that is all. I really do believe this will be a nice, beautiful entrance to the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Hanson, you had a comment?
Mayor and Vice Mayor, council members, the only thing I was hoping that Jana, when she's talking to the safety committee tomorrow, might ask them, and I'm not sure if the council's interested, so I'm just throwing it out, that on the artwork that's along Aspen, that rail, I believe you're calling it option 2, Jana, if maybe it could just be moved to the rail behind it so that we don't lose the opportunity to put together all these things that we want now, including different tribes and things like that, but to just get it away from that sidewalk. So if you could show that real quick, Eliza, I just wanted to see if council had any interest in that being asked. Yeah. So
yeah,
maybe
I just have one comment though. If we put it there, it's not over a landscaped area. It's right over another sidewalk. And that was the problem with that suggestion, because then it's actually more of a safety problem there than it is when it's over the landscape. If it is too close to the Aspen sidewalk itself, we'll move it up around the donors. So we are going to explore that. But the reason we can't just move it to this rail is because then it's right, you know, it's right adjacent to the other sloping sidewalk. It needs to be over the landscape to be kind of out of the way for safety reasons.
Perfect. Thank you for answering that, Jana.
All right. Anything else, council? All right, well, I think that gives a proper thumbs up and addresses some of the concerns here. With that, I believe we are down to agenda item 12, public participation. Ms. Fobart, do we have anyone for that? Nope, no additional public participation. Thank you. This brings us to agenda item 13, our info items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and future agenda item requests. So I will go. Let's do up the list tonight. Councilmember Sweet, do you have anything for us?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything tonight, so everyone have a great night, and thank you for all of the presentations.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
Dang it, Mayor, I was not ready for that. I'm just teasing. It's all good. I actually don't really have anything to share tonight. So good meeting. Thank you all. And looking forward to the work ahead. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Team Flagstaff, for a lot of insightful, helpful, educated, astute information tonight. I am aware that there's a joint meeting on Monday about, it's a virtual museum flood area joint public meeting. And I am just curious the level of involvement that the city is in terms of participating in this meeting. Is this a joint meeting with the city and the county and Forest Service? Is it, are we allowed to weigh in and participate? Because, you know, I heard that we are not. So I just need some clarification on that meeting. And because I've been to the flood control district meeting with the former mayor and a couple of council members before at the museum, and it was also participated by Mayor of Sedona and I think Mayor of Williams and some other cities and towns in the county. So I'm just curious about the scope of work of this joint public meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Drum, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Salas. The meeting is being organized by the Flood Control District of the county, and it is a targeted neighborhood meeting that will be similar to some of the meetings that were held in 2019, excuse me, it took me a minute there. This one will be virtual, and it's to really talk about the remaining flood risk that remains for that neighborhood. So we have worked with the county to send out letters to each resident or each address in that neighborhood that contain a good deal of information. This meeting will largely contain presentations by staff members from both the city and the county to discuss flood mitigation efforts. I do not believe that the National Forest will be involved. This is largely a flood control district and city effort. The elected officials are welcome to attend. We'll post for quorum, obviously, if we reach that. There will not be presentations by elected officials other than a brief welcome by Mayor Deasy. There will be, I believe, Supervisors Hortzman and Vasquez will be in attendance from the county. We are also working with the Flood Control District to schedule a series of, I believe that they're calling them on the street meetings that will be held. I think that there are 5 dates in June and May that will be held on the streets, and we're working with the county to get more information on those, and we'll get them to you as soon as that information is available.
All right.
Did that answer your questions? Did I miss anything?
I think that clears it up, and we can get further information to email to everyone just so it's on our calendars and we get all that agendized. I know that was we were still kind of trying to figure that out even a little earlier today. So without further ado, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I might mention that the Metro Plan had a meeting last week, and most of it was pretty routine, but Jeff Malbeck, who is the executive director of Metro Plan, is going to be moving to Colorado. And we worked out an agreement, by we, I mean the Metro Plan Board, which will allow him to work remotely for the next year with certain restrictions and certain conditions. But I just thought the community might be interested in that. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan.
Hi, one last time, everybody, tonight. I wanted to mention, I didn't say anything during the final library conversation. I wanted to weigh in, though. I think it's a great concept, and looking forward to seeing the full final result. When we commission an artist to do work and then also get vibrant community input, I don't like to try to micromanage what's coming out of that process. I really respect the artist's autonomy in creating something. So I try to stay out of the weeds, so to speak, on a lot of those conversations. Although I think everything that was brought up was pertinent and relevant. So thank you for that discussion. I also do think maybe down the road there's room for doing some sort of timeline interpretation in the pavement of the walkway. But I didn't mean to step or put the cart before the horse on that conversation, knowing that we were commissioning somebody to come forward with some other ideas right away. I just wanted to mention I had the privilege, along with Mayor Jeezy and Councilmember Sweet, to rendezvous with with Senator Mark Kelly last week on Wednesday up at the deck of the museum fire, where we were able to have a conversation with him about forest health in partnership with our county partners. Very good conversation. He was very attentive and very knowledgeable already about our watershed protection project and the larger regional forefry work that's being done, and a lot of good ideas and suggestions were bandied back and forth. Looking forward to developing that relationship with our new senator's office more as the future unfolds. I'll leave it at that. Mayor, maybe you have some more to say about that meeting as well. I don't know, but thank you.
Thanks, Aston. Yeah, you stole my thunder. That was the one thing I was going to say tonight, but it's all good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to put another plug in for vaccinations. Fort Tuthill, the vaccination site, is open 8 to 3 through next Tuesday. And the NAU site is open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Please, please, please get your vaccination so that we can enjoy the summer together.
And no appointment needed.
No appointment needed.
You'll be eligible for Pfizer vaccines starting at age 12, probably as early as Thursday.
Yep. That's awesome, man. We got my niece and my son lined up for that. So yeah, 12 to 15-year-olds, they will be starting to be able to get vaccinated here this week. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the progress. But yeah, we're seeing the vaccination rates kind of slowing down a bit. So we need to keep it up so that way we can get to the level of immunity needed. So thank you for mentioning that, Vice Mayor. And I'll just say, yeah, it was a great meeting up at the Burn Scar with the Senator, as well as the Forest Service, the county, city staff, and the three of us on council. And it was just a really great discussion, learned a lot, and also gave a really great picture to Senator Kelly, as well as the rest of us, on what is needed, well, the undertaking we have, and also the need with what we've been talking about tonight, the need for some private industry and a means to take all the biomass materials from thinning the forest and figuring out what we can do with it. So, and how essential of a component that is. So anyways, it was a great meeting, and City Manager, I see, has a follow-up on the flood district meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just forwarded the letter from the flood district so you can read what Jessica Drum was telling you about. Everything she said is, of course, accurate. These are neighborhood meetings. So the letter has been sent to you and should give you a good idea of what's going on Monday. Thank you.
All right, City Manager, thank you. Without further ado, then, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.